Welcome back, everybody. Good evening, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro Women's League. We're back here, day 2 of the finals, and we're going to be looking at these teams coming back for games. Was this like 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10? So 6 through 10 of 15. We had an amazing day yesterday. Had just the most fantastic time watching it. Fantastic time. Watching it, casting it, doing all of the above. But so we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams. I mean, we had a lot of big stuff going on. That last game had a lot of twists and turns to it. We had some teams just really doing super well. Some teams struggling a little bit, but my eyes are on, of course, Team Stracci, hoping they can, or seeing if they can go forward into that top spot again. But the Wildcats, for now, have been pushing very much ahead of the rest of the lobby. So going to be seeing if that's going to be the case here tonight as well, or if they're not going to be carrying that momentum forward. I mean, we always hope that they will, but it's you never know. It is the name of the game. One day is good, the next day is not. So we will be seeing how that all works. Hope you guys have had a great day since last night. Some of you guys I know will be working with those teams and conversing with those teams closely. So I do hope everything's going well and everybody is in the best possible state of mind for these games going forward here tonight. Very, very interested. We would love to see your participation in the chat as well. So go ahead and spam your team names. We want to see who you're supporting. And here is a reminder for you guys, speaking of chat, of the point system breakdown. We are going to be seeing those points go down as the placement points go down. 15th for first place, 12th for second, 10 for third, and then it goes down by, after first place it goes down by 2. So you've got 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and then 0 for 13th to 16th. That's where you really don't want to be. Elim points, of course, going to be going 1 point per kill. But still, I mean, it's interesting, to get those really, really decent points, you've got to be in that top 3, top 5, really. It is very difficult to gain points if you're not doing those things. But hey, look at this, the total prize pool of $1,000. That's a big old prize pool, and we can see that breakdown of that prize pool right here. We are seeing the top fragger of this final is going to have $50 going to them, but first place is going to be taking home $200, second place $100, and then third $50. So there's a lot to play for here during these 3 days, and we can see the rest of those that prize pool being divvied up amongst the other stages of this tournament as well. So a lot of that money's already been handed out. Going to be seeing a preview, really, or a summary of your squad rosters here this evening. We got Galatasaray, the Wildcats, Létra Eternal, and Rise of Queens up here on this first board. And yes, we have seen plenty from these teams. Sunny Sonder from Létra, as well as, let's see, Yildiz has been doing pretty good stuff as well. Blackheart of Sola there, One Shot Blossom, Fair Elision, and R8 Esports Girls. Didn't see a whole lot from R8, I've got to be honest. They are joining us here this evening on kind of the lower end of that scoreboard, but I've seen what they can do. There's Team Stracci right there that really stands out to you with that logo, and they're going to be also standing out to us because they won the first 2 games of last night. So lots to play for. Currently sitting, I think, in 4th position after a rough couple of games. We're also going to be seeing Phantom Reborn, another team I want to see more from. World of Wonders, definitely, and Vivant. So these are the 3 teams on this list in particular. Really, really looking forward to seeing how they're going to be coming back better tonight. SLY Nightmare, here's a team that did super well. They currently are in 2nd place on that leaderboard, so they're quite comfortable coming in here tonight. Project C1D as well did okay, but still could be seeing a lot more for them, and I think they're going to be wanting to bring a lot more to the table here tonight. LQ5 for Vikings and Yakut Quality also on that list. I mean, for Vikings did really well towards the end of last night, but Yakut quality struggled through the entirety. So really, really looking forward, hoping that they've got it together tonight. I mean, sometimes these teams just don't have good days. I mean, it all happens to the best of us. So I think some of these teams definitely had that last night. I mean, Vivant being one of those, definitely not their night last night, but looking forward to seeing them rise above that and get back in the game. Yeah, they should not be down there. They're going to be coming back up pretty soon. Yakut quality as well. Project C1D. I mean, all these teams, and I would say this some other time in the tournament. I think I said that these teams, they all have done so well to actually be here. The teams, I'm losing my train of thought here. This is great on live television. Let's just go to a result. Maybe I'll get back to that later. Elam from the Wildcats, she's gonna be our MVP overall after last night. So she's looking very good indeed. 15 kills going her way over the 5 games and 3,173 damage as well. So you can see that graph right there on screen for you guys. She is going to be our MVP overall. So she is the one to beat for tonight. If any one of those players or those other players want a chance at that MVP overall prize pool, they're gonna have to go through her. Overall leaders, we got Badu up there actually on top. This is in order of kills, so Badu actually has more kills but less damage, so Elam's gonna take her place as top fragger or MVP. Let's see, Tofita there in 3rd place, Delphia from Rise of Queens in 4th, and also Eddie from the Wildcats. So we got 3 out of the 4 in that top 5. That just goes to show you how fantastically they played last night. Really came through. Lara from Galatasaray also in that 6th place. So 6th and 3rd go to them. Melshad from One Shot Blossom. Again, this is another team that definitely I really want to see more from them tonight and tomorrow. And it's really nice to see that they did get the 1 win and the last game. So that was a really nice trajectory for them that hopefully they'll continue today. But nice to see Melshad up there anyway. Rival from Team Stracci, Oiku from the Wildcats again. So all 4 of the Wildcats girls are on this list. Just fantastic stuff from them. And you're going to be seeing the result of that. Look at that. The Wildcats in 103 points into 1st place. And that's a good amount of points above Nightmare. That's like, 54 points, something like that I'm seeing there. So definitely pulling away, and only 1 chicken dinner to show for it. Nightmare with 57, also another win on their side, and Team Stracci with the 2. The interesting thing with Nightmare and Stracci actually was that both teams in the last 2 games got 0 points, so they moved nowhere, and the Wildcats just kept going up and up and up. Létra with that last win soared up into 5th place. That's really nice to see them there. But I just want to shoot over quickly to the end of the list, over to like the 13th place and onwards. I mean, World of Wonders, Bon Vivant, and Yakut quality, did not expect them to be here. Really rooting for them tonight. Project C1D as well. So really rooting for these teams to actually get going, because just last night was not their night, and we all know that they can do so much more than that. So really rooting for them here tonight. Rooting for them as neutrally as a caster can. So yeah, definitely going to be keeping my eye on them in these next few games. Galatasaray, actually interesting that they didn't do as well as maybe we would have thought they would. I mean, definitely with those kills, they definitely delivered on those kills. I mean, I think there was an average of 13 kills last night. That's the average. But we are used to seeing them win, games and get those placement points as well as those kills, which they didn't quite do a lot of the time. So we're going to be really hoping that they can, well, maybe not. Maybe the other teams are not hoping, because we generally have seen them at the top of the list at all times, and they're just not there. So maybe it gives a little bit of extra room to the teams to actually do something about it. So maybe these teams won't be hoping for that, but Galatasaray certainly will. They will be hoping for perhaps a stronger performance if they're can possibly be one. I mean, average of 13 kills. I can't get over that. That is just insane. Goodness me. But yes, so 5 games here. 5 more games to prove themselves, all these teams to prove themselves and get going with these finals. I think it's going to be an ERANGEL, if I'm not mistaken, for this first game. So we'll be seeing them just ease into the evening with fairly common, well, a very common map. What am I saying? A common map. It's just a fairly easier map than some of those more tricky situations you find on Miramar and SANHOK. So my eyes for this game, I'm not sure. I'm thinking, what's my prediction? Do I dare do a prediction? I think I will. Let's go ahead and do it, because better do it now than later on when there's not that many games to go and redeem themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and I want Vivant to win this. I'm going to say it right now. They are going to pull it out of the bag. They're going to start the evening off strong, and it's going to be Vivant winning this game. That's what I'm thinking. Do let us know your predictions in the chat. We'd love to see those predictions. I want to know, what are your thoughts? Who's going to win this next game? Today's matches, there you go. ERANGEL, Miramar, SANHOK, ERANGEL, Miramar. So we're going to be, again, ending on a Miramar here this evening. So we got 2 ERANGELs, 2 Miramars, and a SANHOK, much like last night. So yes, starting off with ERANGEL. Yeah, I'm looking at Vivant. In terms of those momentum going forward, Létra will be looking to do a really good first start here, considering their win last night that they ended on. Hopefully they can carry that momentum through to tonight and do some really good things for these next few games. I'm also looking at Wildcats. Obviously, everybody's looking at Wildcats. Quite a shock. I don't think anyone's expecting that they will do badly tonight, but we're just hoping for some of those teams to be able to do a little bit better. And just try and close the gap just a little bit, because already they are going far, far away, and will be hopefully, or the teams will not enjoy it if the first place is already lost to them before they even really got into it. So we'll be seeing for this next game, or the next few games tonight, how those things are going to be shaping up, because going into day 3, we will start seeing some better idea of how this is actually going to go, what these kinds of results are going to be. Of course, 5 games tomorrow as well. We're going to have a lot of twists and turns. There's going to be a lot of upsets, lots of great victories. But overall, we are going to be starting to see the lay of the land at the end of tonight. So this is a big one. This is a big one for this evening. So all these games matter, and here we go. Into the match we go. Match 6 is going to be on ERANGEL, and there's that lovely little plane, and we're going to be looking at that flight path right now. Ooh, it's going to be going down kind of south, really. So a couple of those teams, they're going to be liking Sosnovka. That's all I'm saying. They are going to be liking it, but the teams that go to Georgia Pole, not so much. But yeah, that's a fairly decent zone. Just gives you access to those trickier areas of the map. But for the most part, they're going to be going just very nicely across there. R8, very easy for them. They're just going to be going to Lipovka. So that's right on their street. So that's going to be happy days for them. Bravo's going up to Yasnaya. So yes, I am really looking for a Vivant victory here. Vivant, they're going to be going up to Yasnaya there, but it looks like there's a couple of teams with them. I'm really surprised here. The Wildcats have gone right next door to them. They usually go to the crates, but they've decided to drop down next to Vivant, but there's also someone else there. Was that Rise grabbing a car or something? I'm not sure who that was right there. No, it's One Shot Blossom. They go Yasnaya. Typically, but finally, PUBG, thank you. A zone that actually complements the flight path. There it is on that island. So all these teams have to come on through now. But Vivant, I am surprised, because actually Vivant are usurping. They're interfering with One Shot Blossom. This is One Shot Blossom's turf. This is theirs. I think Vivant typically goes Severny, if I'm not mistaken, perhaps Rozhok. Can't quite remember, but yeah, definitely This is not their stomping grounds, and we may be seeing a little bit of action coming through here. Just going to be seeing Ravi there from One Shot Blossom. Looks like each team have gone to their respective sides. They did see each other landing, so that's okay. They're not in the middle of everybody. Looks, in fact, like One Shot Blossom kind of got the short end of the stick, because Vivant have most of the big buildings. And One Shot Blossom just have that police building and a few other little bits and pieces around there. Rise of Queen seen on your screen now. Elif's just going to be running around Delphia as well as she tries to get that loot. The all-important loot. I don't think there's anybody near her, no. Nobody near this team. They're just going to be looting very quietly amongst themselves. And they'll probably stay there for a little while. They have no reason to move. They got a minute still until the zone moves in. They're on the edge. They got a good gatekeeping position. They may move slightly out of Milta. But otherwise, I don't see any real reason to go ahead and get rid of that spot. You got the Wildcats. All right, so they're not going to interfere with that potential fight going on in Yasnaya. They were just there for the vehicles. They're going to go ahead and move on south. Or not south, rather. They're going to be moving over to what I believe is going to be Crates, their final destination. So that makes sense. They're going to be going over to Georgia Pool Crates. That's their normal spot. I just would have thought they would have tried to land a little closer to home, but no, they were going for those vehicles. Galatasaray, interesting move from them. They are not staying in Pachinki whatsoever. They got those vehicles and they're moving straight over to the other island. I really like this, actually. This is a great preemptive move from Galatasaray. They've decided not to do any gatekeeping, decided not to try any sort of maneuvers, late rotations, etc. They are just going to go straight across, move in, and maybe fight Létra, actually. There's a Solo there. It looks like she's going to try and get out as best she can, but she's going straight through them. Oh, no. That might not go so well for her. Fair Elision, though. They are on the other side. They're going to be in South George. Not quite near Crates just yet, but they're getting there. Definitely getting there. Fair Elision is a team that we saw do pretty well. No wins on their side just yet, but they are doing well for themselves. I believe that's sixth place for them so far. So yeah, they've been actually having a really consistent, decent final so far. R8, one a little bit lower down, would like to see more from them. They would like to see more from them, so hopefully they can deliver on that. Definitely a really good team. I've been really looking forward to seeing them, actually, so hopefully we can see that action come into play there. Galatasaray and Létra have disengaged from each other. You can see that there. They're being very, very careful with their points, with those placement things as well. World of Wonders had a tough time last night. Definitely had a tough time. Not the team we're used to seeing. And it looks like Aurora is just about going to get away with going straight past Rise of Queens there as well. But she is going to get away with it. One Shot Blossom. Interesting move from them as well. I think, yes, both these teams have moved out of Yasnaya. Oh, and Team Stracci right there in the middle. Looks like they're trying to do a little bit of gatekeeping as those teams go past, but it is very interesting. Oh, Hala getting some nice shots onto Melshad, though. Immediate knock coming on through for her. I was going to say, it's just nice to see these teams with such a dramatic zone. They are deciding to go for the zone instead of those points or those fights. Nice to see these teams being very cautious indeed. No, Aurora looks like she took a little bit of breath over in those that water and got shot down. So that's a not going over for World of Wonders, and definitely not the start they wanted at all. World of Wonders, what is happening to you? Well, now this is a fight with One Shot Blossom. Team Stracci on board here. They got a 1-3 split going on. Not sure what the deal is with that. Okay, it looks like they tried to push forward and decided against it. Again, being very cautious there. The new zone is coming on through. So, but they're in zone. They are on the very edge of zone. So they don't have that to worry about. They don't have that blue to be ticking away at their damage. But it looks like Team Stracci want those compounds for themselves this time. They're just going to be keeping those to them, or holding on to those is what I'm trying to say. Rise of Queens have done what I thought they might, just moving out of Milta just slightly to get that better position by the bridge. They knew that was going to be happening, but no, Delphia! Yildiz, stop it! Not my prediction. You better stop right now. Nasty trying to get those knocks revived very quickly because she's the last one alive. Aurora for World of Wonders is going to be the first to go down in that water. She's going to go ahead and bleed on out. No, Nasty, no! But the nades coming through. Oof. And the shots and the sprays, and it's all going on. Not quite going to do anything about it, though. Oh, no, but Nasty does go down. She was the MVP of the team in a couple of the games, I think, last night. So her going down is difficult, but a beautiful nade. No, okay. So this is what I get for predicting wins here, and I'm going to now stop doing that. Rise of Queens, you are welcome for the cursed 4 kills, and I'm so sorry, or 3 kills rather. I'm so sorry, Vivant. It won't happen again. I will leave you in peace for the next game. That's going to be them out in 15th position. 0 points going their way for this first game. I'm so sorry. New zone, though, going to be popping on up. And ooh, it is going to be going to that eastern side. So, majority of the teams are in, but the problem with this zone is for the teams who are out, it is absolute nightmare. And not SLY Nightmare, just a nightmare. C1D with their botation, let's go. Who's this? LQ5 for Vikings, what are they doing out in the middle of the ocean? Uh-oh. C1D have found them. We've got one in the water to really direct those shots. Oof. And the sprays continue. They're just ruthless, pinning him down. Oh, Mimi, this is the end of the road for you. So that's going to be LQ5 for Vikings, losing 2 of their girls. Oh, but C1D, they're going to be picking up 2 extra kills. Those are highly needed kills for them. So well done to them, but still LQ5 going to be heartbroken at this event. 2 of them are on that island, so these were just the stragglers trying to come through. And Mimi trying to get away. Oh, Rise of Queens now trying to make their way in, and World of Wonders wanting revenge. Can they get it, though? Rise of Queens got rid of Aurora, and now they want revenge for their teammate. There comes the gatekeep, rather. Unfortunately for World of Wonders, they're not really gonna hit. Delphia is quite low, but she is behind a ridge. She'll be fine and dandy. Just got rid of her car. The rest of them, however, are not really in a whole lot of trouble. There you go. That's going to be Yildiz picking up her teammate, and they're going to just skedaddle, I think. It's a bit of a unnecessary fight to take there at that angle. Nightmare going to be losing one, though. Oof. That is very much unfortunate there. Anissa going on down. Not sure who that was to. Was that towards, yeah, could have been Galatasaray, I think, taking out Anissa there, taking over the observatory area, and once again, they are in prime position. Well done to them, by the way. I mean, they've been proactive from the beginning of this game. Really like the position they've got going on. They know they can oust pretty much, I mean, unless everything goes wrong, which it obviously can do. We didn't see them get those placement points as we used to seeing them last night, but they know they can probably get rid of many of the teams that may be in observatory. They're pretty confident in their skill and their communication and coordination with each other. Oh, look at Very Elision being very bold indeed, just going straight past the Wildcats on their rotation in. And look at who is at the other end, Létra, waiting to get those much needed points. Get those sneaky little kills onto the #1 team. If she can pull this off, this is going to mean a lot of good things for the rest of these lobbies. Ooh, letting the first through. Very smart. And here comes now the cavalry. One very, very low, just able to get healed on up there. Elam, ooh, that was not a good spray whatsoever, unfortunately. There goes one. There goes two. This was very brilliant from Létra, I have to say. Very, very well done to them to actually get that little bit of a trap going as well. Let the first one pass through like nothing is happening. There is a risk to that, of course. They could come back to bite you. But in the case of Elem, I don't think they're... Yeah, no, she's dead. She's dead and down. So it's just Badoo left. Just like that, Létra have dismantled the #1 team on this lobby so far. Well done to them. That was a 2 defeats so far, but I think that number's going to go up pretty quickly. She's not there, though. To tell you, she's on the other one. The problem with this, though, is that Létra have to move on, so Badoo is going to be staying alive. You're welcome for that song in your head now, but they are going to be staying alive. Going through in here. Yep, Eddie's going to go down there, so that's going to be them well and truly down to a solo. R8 in the Novo crates. In the Novo crates, it's several teams there. We have R8, we have, who is that? Rise of Queens. There's also Nightmare in the background right there, trying to have a little spot zone to themselves. You've seen a lot of teams out in zone right now. Of course, the Wildcats there. Team Stracci, Létra, Fair Elision, and LQ5 for Vikings. So all those teams are still in zone. Or in the blue zone, rather. Oh, no. Leany done very well indeed there. Gets one, but doesn't quite get the other. Gonna have to mid on up, and now this whole entire team knows where she is. Meanwhile, Ellipse has gone down because they're fighting Rise of Queens. Oh, is this a little too split for R8? There we go. She is going to go down. Just didn't quite get that last angle she needed. I'm wondering what happened here, because if they did this on purpose, fighting two different teams, I mean, possibly... It is possible to happen, to work well, but it also is a recipe for disaster. So Rise of Queen's going to be fighting R8 on one front there, and then C1D on the other front as well. Look who's joined us as well, Sola. They want a little piece of the action as well. So now we have 5 different teams all here in the zone in 3, 2, 1. Galatasaray, unfortunately, going to be losing out here. They had a fantastic position, but it's all for naught. They have to come down the hill like the rest of them. Now we'll be seeing a lot of action coming on through. Look at this. Oh, there's a car in the distance. You see the little orange thing coming straight on through. So that's going to be somebody as well crashing that compound. That's going to be LQ5. Interesting, but immediately getting knocked, the other very low. See it, unfortunately. LQ5 running into a nearly full team there. So that's going to be them out in 14th position. Gosh, and that just goes to show you how many teams we have still left alive. 13 in this small zone. Oh, Galatasaray no longer have that US. And Sola may decide that that Nightmare no longer have a teammate if they keep that up. But slowly, Nightmare kind of getting surrounded here. I mean, they had to have known this was going to happen with that kind of compound. It was going to be a thing. But Q7 now going down. Ooh, had a little bit of a lag spike, got a couple extra hit points she didn't need. That's going to be Laura making sure she takes full advantage of that. But for now, we're good to go. Q7 is going to be res back up. Ooh, Phantom Reborn trying to sneak up into those beach sides, and Fair Elision's not having any of it. They've come in as well, and here goes the cliff side. Yagi with those, Yagi and Taya actually with the behind the scenes, or rather the back angle there with those scopes. Meanwhile, the other two going to be pushing forward. Létra going down in that kill feed as well to C1D. That's not going to be the best option for them. Phantom Reborn get a little bit of revenge, but we're going to move over to C1D because it does look like Létra have tried to do the same sort of crash that LQ5 did, and again, not working very well. Look at Flora go, though. Goodness me, with the spray coming through there, that is going to be Sunny taken down. It's just two left alive. Sonder and Delirium have to res Sunny and get that going, but goodness me, Sonder is very, very low. Gets res back, or heals back up, rather. Melshak gonna get that airdrop while she can. Oof, but it's a backstab. It is a very big backstab. But the show must go on, especially when it goes down. But C1D just down to a duo now. It's a 2v3. But look at Flora trying to get those angles, doing so well with the cover fire and coming forward. Really like this play from her. The nade's going to be going over the top there, trying to smoke on up. They do get that res. Oh, but we're not going to the crates. In fact, we're going straight over to those hills and the compound. So World of Wonders looking okay. Nightmare right in the middle of it, and I think that's going to be a bit of a nightmare for them. Ooh, extra. C1D have played this to perfection as a duo. Really, really knowing their terrain, knowing where they can use those angles and do all the things. Oof, 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 oof. Flora trying not to go down. Meanwhile, we're looking back. Oh, actually at Team Stracci, looking for a little backstab going on there. Phantom Reborn, oh, do go down. So that's going to be them eliminated in 13th position once again. 0 points for this team. They've lasted 20 minutes just to get 0 points. Heartbreaking. Team Stracci 2 defeats on their side, though, so they're looking okay for now. They've actually got a pretty nice spot in well, not quite in zone. They're trying to get into zone, but it's a good spot nonetheless. They've got somebody out in the water behind them. That's going to be One Shot Blossom behind them. We're going to be looking at Nightmare right now. Oh, but switch over to Kaza real quick because there's some knocks happening over onto Fair Elision, and Team Stracci going to be picking up a couple of knocks there on to Fair Elision. Nicely done to them. Those cliffs are difficult, and it looks like Fair Elision have the short straw. Mal. Kaza has to get rezzed back on up. But a lot is happening. This is where the teams are all dying. But look at them. Pretty nicely spaced out, I've got to say. For as small as the zone is, they're doing well. Each have their own respective spots. Oh, yes, I thought that was going to happen. Zeros knew exactly where to look. That's going to be Beshka going down there. Fair Elision not having a great time of it at all. Just barely surviving amongst those crags. Is that a word? Yeah, it is a word, but I'm not sure that's the right word for that thing. C1D have gone out in 12th place. They had 7 kills, though. So very, very well done to them, but it is going to be a 12th place finish for them. So those 12 kills and that 1 extra placement point going to be giving them 13 so far. Oh, One Shot Blossom tried to get out of the water, but couldn't quite do it. That's not going to be a top 5 finish for them. That's going to be 11th Team Stracci now struggling to make their way in. Galatasaray, the zone has moved south up to the hills, so now everybody has to move. Oof. R8's there, you got Létra, you got Team Stracci in the back as well. Goodness me. And here we go. Look at Rise of Queens. They've decided not to go forward, but to go back. They're going to be trying to get rid of R8 while they still can, and that was very easy. Oh no. R8 just get blown to smithereens. There was only a duo left, but the one knock on one and then a nade. Very, very quick. Well done. I mean, I think that was less than 10 seconds. But now they're getting their comeuppance. Sola on the other side of the road. Yildiz does go down. Look at Sola, still a full squad. This is great for them. They're the only full squad of this lobby so far. Narrowly missing a nade right there. Team Stracci also having a bit of a hard time. Oh, but the Wildcats do get eliminated. That's 9th place for them and only 1 kill. So, not so many points as they would have liked. I mean, still, they're very much safe, but it gives room for the rest of these teams to do something about it. Yildiz trying to get across the road. They do manage to do it. Sola now having to move in, but they're just on the edge. They don't need to go any farther than is absolutely necessary. Now I have Team Stracci trying to get those nade finishes. Not going to be happening, though. Nightmare, still a trio. They've managed to hold on to all 3, even in that center position, so kudos to them. Next, Rise of Queens looking at Sola. That's going to be a 1 knock for them, it looks like. Sola trying to inch their way up the hill. Oh no, but Létra coming in onto Rise of Queens, and now they have to go back because of the backstab. They thought they had cleared behind them. They had pretty much, but it's not going to be that way. I think Létra Eternal do go out there, but that has brought massive damage to Rise of Queens. I think they've lost one there. Yeah, so that's going to be very much a more difficult game for, yeah, look at that, Rise of Queens now. They had their spot, and now it's being slowly taken away from them by that backstab from Létra. Sola, this is where all the smokes get used. We'll have to see how many utilities actually end up getting used here. Because that's a lot. Team Stracci going to be going out in 7th place, but 7 eliminations as well. That's a very decent game from them. Well done. World of Wonders, top of this peak, king of the mountain. But just a duo. 2 kills on board. 6th place minimum, though. So not too bad. "17 seconds till the zone closes in. And it's all open ground. Sola are probably going to be the safest to move forward because Yildiz is only a solo. She's most likely, she may try to do something, but she likely is not going to be super gung-ho about actually getting any shots going. So I think Sola is going to be the most safe going forward here. World of Wonders trying to get down as well because now the zone's pushing them in with the buggies they go, but at that angle, I'm not sure that those vehicles are going to offer much cover at all. Here comes Fair Elision now. Oh, and there you go. Sola going to be taken out. Rise of Queens knew where she was. That's going to be Rise of Queens taken out in 6th place, but World of Wonders now trying to move in. Not going to be happening. It's only Moliana. Lucy goes down, and so does Moliana at the end of that. So, World of Wonders going to be going out in 5th place. Now all the fights coming through. Fair Elision and Galatasaray. Ooh, nicely done from that team, though. Galatasaray down to a duo. Oh, and there goes the other one. Carly not looking so pretty good. She's one shot, just desperately trying to spray through that smoke, but is not to be. Fair Elision take out Galatasaray in 4th place. So your top 3 are Sola, Fair Elision, and Nightmare. These are your teams. We got a 3v2v2 happening. Actually, Nightmare only have those 2 kills, but the player, what's it called? Majority And now we go for a little bit more of a quiet time. Oh, somebody's got a sniper going through there, because that's just what hit that tree. 27 minutes we're going into. Wow, this is a long one. These guys are not messing around. This is where it gets quiet. Elision have a really good spot if it weren't for Sola right behind them. So this is where you go, okay, we go for Sola and then we attack Nightmare. If I was Elision, that is what I'd do. Because there's no way you're going to get Nightmare without getting backstabbed by Sola. Sola are more out in the open than Nightmare are. So Taya has the right thought here. Definitely would go for this first. There goes Mufar. Nicely done. Oh. Piano's very low as well. But this is the right course of action. I'm glad they're doing it. Oh, they know exactly where she is as well. She tried to peek that. Immediately going to go down though. So Elision going to be cleaning up Blackheart of Sola. There's not much they could do there. And now immediately Nightmare are coming in to finish the job. Can they do it though? 3v2 now. Elision do have that ridge. It's nice, but they don't have as much space. So those nades could really, really just take them back to the lobby, really. Oh. Senta. They've now moved down. Oh, there she goes. They've now moved down to those ridges as well. So it's on either side. It's the same deal. So this is where it gets really tricky. Now comes the 2v2. That was very, very quick, and Elision have a fantastic end to that game. Very, very well played. Nicely done. And that's going to be them taking that chicken dinner with 10 kills for themselves. So well done, Elision. That is the game they wanted, and what a start for them. Just a great game. Great game from all those teams. There you go. The player stats for Elision. You've got Yagi there with 5 kills, 750 damage, 3 assists as well. She accounted for 50% of the team, so Yagi really putting it all in there. Kaya as well with 3 kills, 386 damage. Christy, 1 kill, 147 damage, and then Linu with 1 kill, 129. So still well done from all those teams, but 50% Yagi really coming through. Really, really coming through there. Just a great game for her and great game for the team as well. Just very nicely done. It's interesting because we did see Linu actually kind of make something of those numbers in last night's games. So it's nice to see that there's somebody else coming in and able to sort of support the team there if Linu isn't or whatever. It's nice to see there's a very even team going through there in terms of the player skill. Face to face, we're seeing Elision and Nightmare side by side. Of course, Nightmare came in second place there. 1,412 damage dealt compared to 1,179. So that's very, very similar. In fact, it's almost roles reversed for damage received. Nightmare receiving 1,404 compared to Elision's 1,128 rather. But the kills are far more, and I think Nightmare in that compound for such a long time, you can tell because of the damage received and those kills. 3 kills and damage received 1,400. They got a lot of through the window shots onto them before they had to retreat and med on up. So you are seeing that reflected in those stats. Elision with the knockouts though, 9 knockouts compared to the 4, and the average survival time is mere seconds, obviously. But still, total points going to be 15 to 25. Oh, and look at that. Elision with those 10 kills, soaring above the rest of the lobby for this one. But not in terms of damage. In terms of damage, it's going to be Rise of Queens. We did see them going all out there. It's going to be 1,807 damage for them. Just going straight above that. I mean, they beat Elision in terms of damage dealt by 400 points there. I mean, and also Létra Eternal, 1,578. So lots and lots of damage being dealt here, even if you didn't get those kills for it. There's still a lot of meds being tossed around there to just try not make those damages a kill. MVP, yeah, I thought so. It's going to be Yagi from Elision, 5 kills, making her the MVP of tonight's ERANGEL game. Damage 750, 3 assists, 736. Healing though, sheesh, it's a lot of healing. And survival 26, 41 seconds. That is the graph there for you guys to see. So there she is. Your top players, of course, after Yagi is going to be Rise of Queens Yildiz with 4 eliminations, 636 damage. Then you've got Essence with, 4 kills, 618. Rise of Queens Zeros as well. So you got 2 Rise of Queens girls on here. And Létra Sunny coming into 5th place there as well. So those are your top 5. It's really interesting. Again, same as last night. You're seeing very, very close stats there from those 5 teams. I mean, most of them having within 600 damage, all the same sort of kill numbers. It's just the level of skill in these teams so evenly distributed. And that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that these teams, sometimes when you see teams lose early, 16th, 15th, 14th place or whatever, it's because there was mistakes made. Throughout this tournament, these teams, I have barely seen deaths resulting from mistakes. It has always been they just didn't win it that time. These teams are so good. So it's been a pleasure to watch them thus far. And here you go. We've got the recap there for you guys. Elision. See, this is what I thought the Wildcats would have done with those vehicles there. They would have dropped off a little closer to home, but they didn't. They went up by Yasnaya, but Elision took that route, got those vehicles, went all the way up, and there goes the zone. So they took a long time to get into zone, actually. You see all those teams already moving in, being very quick. And yeah, quick with those rotations in. But Elision, they stuck around a while, not really moving until the Wildcats did. And look at them out in the middle of zone like that. Only one actually came in amongst the Wildcats. Tried to do something about that. Yeah, that's the one who just snuck in ahead of them there and managed to come back. So they went out in the zone for a while, and that's a big tactic you see with a lot of teams. They will hang out in there as long as possible, make sure they have a clear way in. It's a strategy that works for many teams, and it certainly worked here. It's hard to tell, if where they go is really a good position because there were so many teams all in the middle there. It's one of those zones where you kind of just fit in wherever you possibly can and call it a day at that. But that was probably one of the best positions they could have taken up there to that northern side. I do quite like it up there. Lots of little ridges where you can use, of course, they were on that coastline for quite a while, which kept them out of the eyes of the rest of the teams, even though they were in a massive fight themselves and very nearly went out there. You can see them having moved into the compound a little bit more, waiting around. Again, there's a lot of waiting, a lot of just checking your angles, making sure nobody's too close. Straight across here to the little edge, and that is where that ridge is, and that's where we saw those fantastic plays coming through. Really, really smart thinking, good preemptive game sense coming through there. They went ahead and decided, open first versus going to Nightmare in the compound, because obviously, Sola up there, they're just going to get backstabbed, so they had to go for one. So well done to them, and that's where they're going to be going ahead and getting those kills. So that is going to be Elision winning that first game. Very, very nicely done from them. That was a brilliant first game to kick things off here for tonight. We have 4 more games coming in. We will be seeing those soon, but here's the match summary for now. Look at there. 5 highest kills for Yagi, of course, highest kills and highest damage. Badu going over to most distance travel, 12,000. So that's a lot of meters. Not used to seeing that many meters for ERANGEL. Zenta for Nightmare. Most utilities use 15. It's a lot of smokes. It's a lot of Molotovs, etc. Of course, she did go down to a Molotov there, but she used them all before she succumbed to it herself. And Elsa from Sola is going to be using that longest distance kill. So she's the one with the sniper there with over 200 meters. But your match ranking here going to be fairly, of course, with those 25 points. They did score highest in those points as well as getting that win. Sola actually got more points than Nightmare, though, by just 1. They did get 16 to Nightmare's 15. Rise of Queens with 13. So you've seen down on that list are going down. It looks pretty even, looking very nice. I mean, there's only, 4 or 5 points between 4th and, say, 9th place. So well done to these teams. There's a good amount of points to go through. But the last 3, Bon Vivant, LQ5 for Vikings, Phantom Reborn. Girlies, what's happening? I mean, look at Wildcats as well, though. You got to look at that. No elims, 1 placement point, so not as strong as they'd like, but they still have plenty of room for error, so they are still okay. Your match stats here as well, we'll be going over into those. 8,383 total healing. That's pretty high. I think we had about 5,000 for the first ERANGEL game last night. So that's pretty high comparatively, but we did have a lot of people in that zone. 199 throwables. Not quite the 200, but still just keeps growing and growing. That number does. 3 total headshots, though. I find that so hard to believe that there's only 3 headshots in the entire game, but it is what it is. You spray and pray, and not always does it hit the head. 64 knockouts, though. Interesting, 64 knockouts compared to 56 total kills. So there's a lot of knocks going on. I think last night we saw most of the time that those knocks did result in kills. But yeah, 64, that's going to be quite a bit more than those kills posted. But here we go. The table results. This is what we wanted to see. Ooh. And it's Nightmare sticking in 2nd place. But look at Fair Elision. They were, I think, in 6th place, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 5th. And they're going to move all the way up to 3rd. They're replacing Team Stracci there. 68 points to get to that podium place. And it's going to be Team Stracci going down to 5th with 62. Nightmare as well, just moving up a little bit more. So 72 points going their way. Gosh, look at that. There's a big amount, or a large amount of changing around there. You see Rise of Queens replaces Létra Eternal for 8th place as well there, but still so close, too close to call. I mean, 8th and 3rd is less than 20 points between them, but it is starting to grow a little bit. So we are seeing those gaps start to widen, but just not quite enough to be scary just yet. But those are your results there. And goodness me, what a result they are. Again, 10 points between 9th and 14th place with LQ5 being there. But World of Wonders and Project C1D, nice to see them going up as well on that leaderboard. So good things from most of these teams here. Bon Vivant, Yakut quality, looking for more from you. We know it'll be happening. And honestly, I promise I will not be doing any more caster predictions, because that Bon Vivant went out first to 0 points, no nothing. I'm not doing that again. They can't. I can't risk it. So I'm gonna leave them alone. I'm gonna leave these teams alone, and I will just stick to casting and observing what happens in these games. Alrighty. So we will be going into a short little break here, and I mean very short. So if there is anything you need to get, you better go get it now and come right back, because we will be going into Miramar very shortly. So stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to Miramar. We're going to be getting into it very, very quickly here. But first, hope you got everything from your break. Hope everybody's settled and ready for this game, because compared to ERANGEL, I think this is going to be a long one. We had 20, I think it was probably hitting 30 minutes for that ERANGEL game, which is really unusual. We typically see going around for the 23, 24 minute mark, but looking for a long one here. Miramar up next, and then after that, SANHOK. You can see those that map list right there for you guys with those estimated times, but of course not going to be exact. It just depends on how long those games go. I mean, look, 2040 was the scheduled time for Miramar, and it's 2049 right now. So just going to show you how long that first ERANGEL game went. But we're going to be headed into Miramar in just a few moments. I'm not going to do caster predictions. It is tempting, but I'm not doing it. It's not happening. So instead, I don't know what to do instead. We're just going to talk about the teams a little bit more. Just a little bit. We got an extra minute or so. I'm just looking at the team list here if you're wondering why my eyes are averted here. But yeah, the Wildcats going out early, only 1 point, but still they're like 40 odd points ahead. So they should be okay for now, at least. For now, it has given the Wildcats a little bit of a chance. Not the Wildcats, God, who's in second place? Never mind, we're going to move on from that. But Team Stracci going down to 5th place there. They're now maybe feeling the heat just a little bit. They might want to start revving things up a little bit, but they typically do pretty well on Miramar. I mean, we did see them win the first Miramar of last night, so hopefully they can get back into it and come back a little bit stronger. They had a fantastic game. It was still a very decent score to have. I think they came in 7th place with like 6 or 7 kills. So it is a very good score for them, but unfortunately, Elision were just way better with that win, obviously, and they were able to grab their spot. So we will see how these teams all go. Again, looking for those lower ranked teams to come forward and just give us a game of their lives. We really need to see those teams start doing a little bit better, because it hurts to see them down there. They don't deserve it. They're all so good, but somebody's got to be there. They got to do their best to make sure it's not them. We're going to be seeing that flight path coming over across Miramar. Here we go, starting that game. It's going to go right, well, I'm not going to say right down the middle because it's not. It's towards the east, but still, that is a very decent plane path for these teams. They're not going to be too fussed about that. We just have to see where that zone is actually going to be going before we make any rash judgments there. For these teams, we'll have to see. Let's see. LQ5 Viking is going to be going over to Cruz del Val. C1D as well, going to be going up to Torre. Létra already on the ground, as are Galatasaray in El Hazahar. So they're going to be staying over there. Team Stracci probably going to be moving over to El Pozo, as are the Wildcats going over to Power Grid. Elision, they're going to be going on to their normal spot there just south of Los Leones. They like those compounds onto those cliffs down there. So they're going to be doing a pretty big split that we've seen before to be going over there. There's the zone. There she is. And that's not too bad. It's not horrible. We do have Oasis still up there right at the very top, but probably not going to get that zone going that way. A lot of these teams are going to be a bit annoyed by this, but there's plenty of room for those teams to go all the way around the south and up the west side towards El Pozo. So plenty of room for those teams if they want to make a whole way round. But for the majority of these teams, it is going to be just fine. Going to be seeing Team Stracci. Ooh, finding somebody already. Where are they? Not even sure where they are at the moment. I would have thought they'd be going over to El Pozo, as they usually do, but it is going to be Torre Mara. Yes. I never have a problem with pronouncing that name, but now I do because we're live, obviously. But it is going to be C1D and Team Stracci head-to-head here. Oh, Mal, what are you doing? Oh, just about makes it as well. Goodness me, she's lucky there. That's going to be C1D losing a vehicle for sure, but I don't think Team Stracci want anything to do with them just yet, so no fight to be engaged here. On her way she goes. Meanwhile, C1D, they're just going to be looting their way. I think they know that Stracci have moved on. And they're going to be quite at ease at this point. They're going to be just fine. So, Team Stracci having vacated the area, moving more into zone, I would imagine. They're going to be doing their own thing. C1D, this is a team that have moved up the ranks a little bit. They had a pretty good game last game. Top 7, top 8, I think they placed, and with a fair amount of kills as well. So a really good start to the evening. And this more relaxed start to Miramar is going to be very beneficial for them. R8 we're seeing as well here down in Los Leones. There is Nightmare next to them though, so R8 have to be a little bit careful here. Just a tad. Leanie, we're on board with her now. Like her helmet. But she's just going to be going ahead and looting on up. They are safe from Nightmare for now. They've each got their own sort of areas to the zone or to the town. Galatasaray, they have moved to El Hazahar. They have it to themselves, and it looks like they're starting to move out. Zone is now on its way, though. For some of these teams who don't like the zone, we're going to be starting to see those rotations coming on through. And that's an interesting, one of the very many interesting things of the game, I would say, is the kind of playstyle surrounding the zone. I mean, some teams you will see many teams go in the zone. They'll rotate through the blue and wait until the next zone has popped up to actually do anything. And then other teams will choose that early rotation immediately as the zone hits and be there first. I personally would go for an early rotation. Nightmare deciding to get out of Dodge, or rather get out of Los Leones, and leave R8 to it, but R8 just on the edge of zone there. So again, they're going to be potentially gate kept there. That's why I like early rotations. Gatekeeping is all too easy when somebody's there first. If you play it well, you know what you're doing, then a late zone rotation can be very, very beneficial. But it's more difficult. It is more difficult, and you have to know what you're doing to actually do that. So teams that rotate in the late blue like that, kudos to you. Elision we saw in the last game, they definitely did that. They waited and waited for the Wildcats to leave before they went anywhere near them. So once again, what is it with World of Wonders? Every single time, I swear, they run themselves over somehow. This time it's going to be Melzy who has to get picked up. But goodness me. Here we are. We see Yakut Quality now joining us for the Miramar game. Oh no, World of Wonders have had their little upset right next to Yakut. Ah, dear, oh dear, this is not good for World of Wonders. What is happening? They almost seem to be doing worse than last night. No, this is not what I wanted for them. World of Wonders, such a good team. I've really enjoyed watching them, more specifically, throughout this tournament. So it really hurts to see them struggling to get by here. Aurora, no, don't go out now. You went out first last time. That would not be fun for her. That evening would not be going well for her, and Yakut quality. They know where they are. They want a little piece of this action. Ree's gonna be getting cover fired for that one though, but oh, Lucy going down. That's Team Létra at the top. Oh, it's a third party and everything. Not fun at all. Get that vehicle out of here, Aurora. You're gonna blow up. But look at Létra perched on top of those cliff areas there. They're able to do all the things. There goes Aurora. Aurora again, see? I mean, but that was a fairly common thing to do. You knock yourself out trying to escape the vehicle, the burning vehicle, but World of Wonders, that was a beautiful spray coming in from Létra. But unfortunately for World of Wonders, that's them out already. Ugh, what a shame, what a shame. So difficult for them. Létra, however, they're going to be very happy with that. There we go. Lots of loot. Nicely done. Good to go. They're going to just loot up and get out of there. Big old fight happening between Rise of Queens and LQ5 in that kill feed. Here we are. We're on board with them now. Look at this clash coming through. At the moment, it is, 2 down for Rise. So at the moment, LQ5 have the upper hand. Maybe not so much now, though. But it's just Yildiz for Rise of Queens. It is just them. But she's managed it. She has managed to do the 1v1. Because it looks to me... Yep, it looks to me like LQ5 for Vikings. There was just a duo there. Okay. So nearly got taken out by duo. Oh, speaking of duo, do-do-do-do. Get the Jaws theme music happening over here, because, oh, nope, they're gonna smash into a hay bale. Instead, twice. Interesting. Looks like there's some big lag issues happening. Oh no, LQ5 for Vikings, what is happening? No! Lose one more. Oh, what a shame. There's the new zone, though. New zone gonna be popping up, and it's going straight over to that eastern side, but center eastern. Oh, I feel so bad for LQ5. Definitely some sort of ping issue happening there to go into there twice. Oh, no, down she goes. Oh, yeah, this is very, very low, though, but yes, that is gonna be LQ5 taken out in 14th position. Oh, that is just heartbreaking for them. One Shot Blossom, though, having their own problems. Phantom Reborn there. Oh, nope, down goes Mira. Phantom Reborn trying to gatekeep them outside of Hacienda here. And unfortunately for One Shot Blossom, it looks like they've actually got a really good kind of... what's a split going on here? Yeah, really, really nice spread going. And, yeah, that's the end of that. It was not a good spot for One Shot Blossom to be in. I think Phantom Reborn were already there. We've seen them go there before, so I think they were just waiting. And it was an uphill battle, quite literally, for One Shot Blossom. So unfortunately, we are going to be saying goodbye to them in 14th place. That's such a shame. Really, really difficult for these teams. Just day 2, again, just not working out for them. Look at Blackhearted Sola, though. They've been doing really well this time. Both tonight and last night as well. You're seeing Piano try and get those shots there. What is with you guys and the falling out of the vehicles? This time it's going to be Test from Sola. Goodness me, now they have to go save her as well. R8, meanwhile, trying to get outside of the zone. Kadi is down. Oh, Kadi, that might not be good. Kadi is one of the MVPs of the team, certainly from last night she was. But she is back up. The zone doesn't hurt too badly. Ooh, that's a nice Molotov. That is a very nice Molotov. A little short, I think. That one, not so much. Just gets her moving. Just gets Piano moving into a position where maybe they can try and get some shots on her. And here comes the push up as well. And now Piano's in zone as well. So look at R8 now coming in. Trying to use this. But no. The nade is going to be very, very nice indeed. She's going to have swift backup, though. Look at these guys. Test as well, moving in from the left. Someone else from the right. So they're all trying to get in, but that is going to be Piano taken out there. And in fact, that cover fire or that flank is not coming through at all. They've all moved to zone. And that's the disengage coming through. So they just lose Piano there. Piano and Mufar. That's a real shame. Sola going to be continuing as a duo. They have managed to get into a nice little spot, though. At the moment, Yakut Quality have moved on to the western side of this compound. So they are safe for now. They are able to just reset and re-loot back up. New zone coming in, though. 6, 5, 4, 3. Where is it going? I'm thinking center north around water treatment. Will I be right? No, I will not. I used to be so good at this. What happened to me and my zone predictability abilities? Oh no, Nightmare, gonna be losing one there. It looks like Anissa again going out to Rise of Queens. Look at Rise of Queens on this edge. We're seeing a lot more edge gameplay here. Perhaps the positioning in the zone allows these teams to really gatekeep, but we're seeing a lot of it happening so far. 5 kills for Rise of Queens. This is the Rise of Queens we know and love. They're certainly pushing through these teams like butter. R8 Kadi moving up behind Sola. The fight is not over yet. Now, are they staying? I'm wondering if they're... Yeah, it looks like they're all looting up or gassing up their vehicles, and looks like they're going to try and get out of there. I mean, they are out of zone, so the new zone is going to be San Martin and Graveyard as well, so they're going to want to try and get in here. But poor One-Shot Blossom, San Martin is their stomping ground, and they're not here to stomp in it. Not for this zone. Precarious for Sola, though. 0 kills and a duo left. So that doesn't mean that they're going to be particularly aggressive with this one. C1D trying to go past 2 teams there. Nightmare and Galatasaray. Oh, but Yakut Quality catching up with R8 there in that kill feed. We're seeing Lee go out there. Nightmare looking to move on up. Galatasaray as well, all moving in to that kind of mid positioning in that zone. And there's Yakut Quality. They've taken 1 of the R8 squad. And they're looking for more. This new zone does mean that Létra have to move outside, or rather off, of those cliff faces. So they have to make their journey down as well. But it looks like for now, they're going to be pretty unhindered in that mission. Right now, all eyes are between Yakut Quality and R8, looking at each other. Ooh, Létra with Galatasaray as well, so those shots are being heard now. A Delirium picking off Ditto Meow. Oh, that is a backstab. Definitely a backstab. Oh, but it's all happening now. R8 using that as an excuse to move in fully. A brilliant push coming in from R8, but Létra had the same idea. Uh-oh. R8 now having 3 kills on board. Yakut Quality getting taken down here. Now 2 different teams all deciding to move in on them. Here come the nades. Létra deciding to be a little bit more conservative after they saw R8 move in, but they're still going to get that kill for themselves. Delirium does go down though. Sky getting that through the window. Kadi very low, so she's going to heal on up. All right, Noor, look at that positioning from Noor behind as well though. That's fantastic for her teammates. Really great off angle for Létra in particular, but also Yakut Quality who's right behind there. Oh! And the nade does not reciprocate. They just knew exactly where each other was. Sky going to be going down there. That's another one. So Sky going out to that nade kill. Sunny from Létra doing wonders there. Now it's Kadi's turn to not die. Kadi and Noor. Noor, of course, being right behind. Those are nice nades. Those are very nice nades. Well done. Opium going to be going down there. But now they know where she is. You got to go. Get to that corner. Not quite enough. It's going to hurt. And now this is the difficult bit because the nades are coming in thick and fast. Oof. Well, if only they could get a nade right there, but I don't think that's going to happen. Kai has moved out of the building, and it might be just enough for her to escape there. Yeah, that's going to be her out of there. That's outsies for R8 Kade. She's going to join her teammate. And that's a good spot to be in. There's Nor. Got that vehicle. Great teamwork coming through there, and away they go. The zone pushes ever closer. Well, Galatasaray look like they're losing one. Here we go. Rise of Queens. This is the battle between many of these teams. There's everything going on right now. Multiple teams actually involved here. Gosh, how many? You do have Zeros down, though. Oh, they're trying to push up onto the churchyard here. And that's going to be Yakut quality taken out by team, Bon Vivant, rather. So, well done to them, but unfortunately for Yakut quality, that's the end of the road for this Miramar game. C1D have that little area as well as that rock, but she's going to bleed out there. Flora going down to Phantom Reborn. Bleeds out before Team Stracci can actually steal the kill with a nade, unfortunately. There's Phantom Reborn behind, so that's Galatasaray moving ahead. There's only the solo. There's only the solo left of Galatasaray. That's really surprising. So again, not a great game as a full squad for them. They're going to be moving outside of that area. They just got, I think, just too many teams all at once there, and that's what happens. Meanwhile, Bon Vivant doing what they can to deter Létra from moving up to their spot. Wildcats and Elision in the kill feed as well, going head-to-head there, but Rise of Queens is a little bit closer. And that's where nades could really come in handy. You know kind of where they are. But for now, those nades are going to be being kept to herself. I'll turn up using her scope instead. But the circle going to be closing up, and we'll be seeing that new zone in just a moment. Oh, the dreaded road. There it goes. I thought it might. I knew the road would have something to do with it. It never is easy for these teams as Létra are going down one by one, but Fair Elision are going to be going out. 12th place for them. Oh no. Fair Elision from first in the ERANGEL to 12th in Miramar. Oh well, you can't have it all the time. Bon Vivant, they're going to be taking out Létra Eternal, so nicely done to them. That's going to be 4 kills. Those are points they desperately need. Team Stracci as well, going head-to-head with the Wildcats there, and they're having a little bit of trouble over there as well in that kill feed. There's a nice nade onto Hala as well. Yeah, that's going to be Team Stracci taken out in 10th place with 2 elims. Again, not a bad result there. It is a top 10, but still points-wise, not what they're looking for. Oh, Rise of Queens with the Molotov, or the Molotov onto her. That was a perfect Molotov if she had been inside it. But now the zone is pushing these teams away, and it looks like Ela's going to disengage there. In fact, the whole squad of Rise of Queens are going to do that. Phantom Reborn trying to do the same, but it's not quite working out in their favor because that's the Wildcats right behind them. Oh, is that sneaky from Sola? That is very sneaky from Sola. Up and over, right over the top of them. That was beautifully done. Very nicely done. That's going to be Sola stealing 2 kills from the Wildcats. Beautifully done there. Very, very nice. The Wildcats now. Ooh, that's another nade. That is another nade. Elsa with the nade kills. My goodness me. It's going to be, I think, 3 kills going her way. Just fantastic. Well, well done. But look at the Wildcats. 7 defeats so far. They've got fantastic position. Because this area is so open and so flat, it means the rest of these teams are scrambling while the Wildcats just clean everybody up. C1D still in it. 1 kill only, but top 8. Rise of Queens, I think they're down, yep, down to a duo, but 7 kills for them. 7 kills for the Wildcats. I'm also looking at 4 kills each for Sola, R8, and Bon Vivant. So there's a lot of kills going around here. It's not too bad a kill score for any of these teams. But Galatasaray with 0 kills and a solo, just not a good game for them. Teth finally going down to the Wildcats there, so that's going to be Sola with 1 up only. And the new circle is Zone 6, coming up to you Right there. I thought it might. I thought it might go to the road. Something about PUBG Mobile and roads. They love it. They want it all. They want to make these teams absolutely suffer as much as they can. So it's going to be going to the road. It's going to be going all over to that open ground. At the moment, seeing on that little panel over to the right-hand side of your screen, Badoo from the Wildcats so far in the lead in terms of damage. 656 points going her way. Oh, and it's a nade off. Elsa, is she going to be... No, she's not. Well, that's a cheeky little nade. That's cheeky, but not quite going to hit her mark. Oh, Galatasaray doing her best. Doing very much her best, but it's not going to quite happen. Just all the odds were against her there, and that's going to be Galatasaray going out in 7th place. Blackheart of Sola, oh, the nade off didn't work in her favor, but she can still be very, very proud of those nade kills she got before. But that's going to be 9 kills for the Wildcats. Hey, they had a little bit of a rough game in the ERANGEL game, but they are well and truly... Oh, there we go. They are just taking over. C1D now go down. That's 11 kills for the Wildcats. Just taking over completely, and still a full squad. If they don't win this, I will be very shocked. They will have absolutely thrown to not win this. Nightmare now going the next team to go down in 4th or 5th. Yeah, in 5th place. Rise of Queens now going out in 4th, but still a brilliant result for them. And here comes Vivant. So nice to see them in the top 3, giving them all the points that they need. As well as R8. R8 has been doing a little bit better than Vivant so far. Oh god, I should just not talk about Vivant whatsoever, should I? Goodness me, no! What is happening? I'm so sorry. I'm just not going to talk about them ever. Oh, and the nade coming over. Oof. But R8 on the other side, though. But this is why the road is so difficult in so many ways. Oh, no. Elim gonna be going down there. Because you have these ridges, you can just toss nades over and be done with it. We're seeing that a lot now. Wildcats have all the nades ready. Elim probably gonna be getting res back up now as we speak. At the moment, they don't need to cross the road, so these teams should be okay. In fact, Vivant have a really good little spot because they're outside of their nade range. This could all change very quickly with this new zone coming in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and where's it going? The game said, Wildcats, you are the winners. It has gone to their side of the road. Oh, that is terrible. Absolutely terrible for these other 2 poor teams. Goodness me, but here we go. They're going to be trying, and yeah, R8. I thought these 2 teams aren't going to be trying to get each other out the way. Vivant going to be going out in 3rd, but still a very, very good result for them. 6 kills as well. And look at the Wildcats. Look at them being cocky. Here we go. It is going to be them winning that. R8 go out. Look at them. They just went all over the place in those vehicles. They were like, nah, we got this. We have this. Very bold maneuver for them. But it is going to be the Wildcats taking that win. Goodness gracious me. What a game for them. Just kill after kill after kill. Placement after placement. And then zone after zone. Come on, let's be fair. Zone after zone. That last zone went straight to them. But... there's your player stats. Elim gonna be carrying 40% of... oh, wow, this is actually a really interesting statistic here. Look at Elim, 40%, but also Badoo, 40%. So 80% of the squad, or of the team results, is gonna be actually done by 2 of the players. You got Oiku there with the 1 kill, 435 damage, but 3 assists. And Eddie as well with the 2 kills and 0 assists there as well. But it's going to be Elim and Badoo with the 6 kills each and 861 damage and then 1140 damage as well. That's quite a result for them. So goodness, what a game from them. And that's where you really see how good this team actually is. I mean, sure, you go, oh, ERANGEL. Oh, it's getting a little... they're not doing so well. They had 0 points in that game. And then they come out with this. They come out with this. They had, let's see, 12, 13, 14, 15 15 kills and the win, which is 15 points. That is a 30-point game right there for Miramar. Miramar alone. Look at that. There's the face-to-face. 2,581 damage dealt compared to the 1,196. I mean, 1,196 is still decent. The Wildcats just knocked them out the park. Look at that. 2,581 damage received. The R8 girls, unfortunately. How did the Wildcat... Okay, hang on. I have to discuss this. Look at the stat of damage received. The entire team, all 4 girls, only received 297 damage. Only. That is insanity. And that's going to be because they were perched up on top of that hill, had complete view of the rest of the teams, and were able to deal so much more damage than receive any because there was nobody up there. There's nobody in range of them. There was too many teams closer to those other teams, but they were all fighting each other, and that's the position you want to be in. 297 damage received. That's insanity. Gosh, 15 kills compared to R8, 7. 7 kills is still a great result. Just doing really, really well. Their survival time, average survival time, 18 minutes for the R8 girls. That's interesting because that is, what, 5 minutes difference there than the Wildcats for second and first place. But utilities used very similar. But yeah, 30 points for the Wildcats and 19 for R8. That just really goes to show you there. There you go. There they are, the Wildcats. I want to screenshot that. Gosh, look at it. 2,581, 15 kills. They are even. They are matched, and they are far above everybody else. In fact, in terms of damage, Rise of Queens again in second place there with 1,550. But we had a lot of teams with those 6 and 7 kill scores there. So R8, Vivant, Rise of Queens, Létra, and Phantom Reborn all had those really good kill scores and decent damage as well. So nicely done from all these teams. The other teams, not so much, but again, they had those placements, so it meant they were a little bit quieter towards or throughout the game, really. There you go. Ooh, and it's going to be Elem from the Wildcats, obviously. 4-match 7 of Miramar. 6 kills on her side, and it's going to be 1,140 damage there. Again, only healing 112. So of the 297 damage dealt, 112, well, healing, so it's not exact, but 112 roughly were for Elem, which makes sense. I mean, I think the other bit would probably be Badu as well, because they did a lot of the action side of things. But there you go, Elem. There's our MVP, 6 eliminations. But second is going to be Badu. There you go. Bon Vivant Alterna, there she is. 3rd place for the top players of the Miramar match. 3 eliminations. So look at that. This time there's a much bigger discrepancy between the first and second and the third and third and so on. 3 eliminations and 550 or below damage for those last 3 players, Noor and Ali's as well. But 800, and then there's a 300 damage point difference and 3 kill difference between first and second and third and so on. So that's a really interesting score, but I think is one of those where again reminds me of Na'Vi, actually, where you have that huge distance between yourselves and the rest of those teams, and you're just able to pick them apart without having any damage towards yourself. So really, really fantastic game for the Wildcats there. They're going to be pulling away again. That's them set for, I would think, tonight. I mean, I'm not sure they'd have to have a really bad rest of the night for anybody to catch up with them, because that's another 30 points on top of the 40 odd that they were already ahead. So now the rest of the teams have to move in with 70 points over the next 4 games to be anywhere near the Wildcats tonight. I mean, it could happen for the next few games. You know, the Wildcats just don't have a great night or anything like that. But the Wildcats have very much solidified their first place spot for tonight, I would think. And there's the recap. We're going to be going over to Power Grid, that 1-3 split. Reminds me of Codex, actually. They use that similar split and placement on the Miramar map. But there we go. They had a few teams around them, managed to keep to themselves. Again, I'm seeing a theme here for these teams. Definitely very much keep to yourself and not go for those early fights. Last night, we saw all the early fights. Tonight, not so much. But there they are. They actually stayed. Look at that. And that's the patience that you need with these kinds of games, you know, in a finals area. I mean, so many teams would be impatient and decide to go all over the place. They could have gone to 3 different parts of the map, but no, they stayed in that small area. They moved only, 500 meters from their original landing spot, and that's what won them the game. They were able to move into there, get rid of Team Stracci, get rid of a couple of those teams, and just have that area for themselves, have that entire northwestern side to themselves, and just let the rest of those teams just fight amongst themselves and pick off who they could. And that's what gave them 15 kills. And look, at the end, I mean, they barely even needed to cross the road at that point. They just decided to because it was fun. Once Vivant were out of the way, it was just R8 left, and they just went crazy. And it makes me laugh. That last play from them really makes me laugh, because you just saw the confidence exuding from each and every one of them. The full squad, they had it in the bag. They had 13 kills or something. They knew there was only a couple left on that side. They went, you know what? We're gonna win this. Let's just go for it. So that does make me laugh. That's a really funny little just show of the mentality and what's going on behind the scenes in those team comms there. We do have those match rankings for you. It is going to be 30 points going to the Wildcats there. Age is above the 19 points going to the R8 Esports girls. Then you got 16, 15 for the next two. 777, 6, 5, 3, 2, 2, 1, and then 0, 0, 0. Hurts my heart for World of Wonders, man, particularly in this game. World of Wonders have been so phenomenal throughout the tournament, and they're just not having the day they wanted. Another 0 points going their way for the Miramar game. But I still have hope for all the teams in the lower sections. They will come back. They will get more than those 12 or 15 points that they've had so far, and we will see them very shortly doing better than that. Elam going to be going highest kills, highest damage, but longest distance kill going to be 326 meters. My goodness. Going to be from Opium from Létra. Yeah, I bet you it was done while they were up on top of those cliffs outside of Minas Generalis. I bet you. 13 most utilities used. That's going to be 13 for Yildiz from Rise of Queens. So that's a lot of smokes, a lot of nades. A lot of nades. And Zenta going most distance traveled with 11,000. So that's actually less than the most distance traveled girl from ERANGEL. That's less by about 1,000. So that's a really interesting stat there. You would have thought Miramar would have far more going on in that department. Match stats. Oh, look at that. We had 3 headshots for the ERANGEL. We've got 9 here. It's tripled. That's interesting. We've also got far less throwables used, which is also interesting because it felt like far more were used. All those nades and molotovs going every which way. But no, it is 144 compared to the 199 of ERANGEL. We also have less healing overall. 75 total healing there compared to what was it, 8,000, something like that in ERANGEL, which makes sense. We didn't see a lot of blue zone players out there healing away, but we will be seeing that in the next SANHOK, I do imagine. But 59 total knockouts versus 58 kills, that's more like it. Of course, 326 meters being a long distance kill there for Opium. Just well done. Oh, here we go. Table results. Yeah, there you go. That's the Wildcats done for tonight, I think. And look at that. Kill points and placement points, 67 and 67. That's about as even as you can possibly get. 134 points going their way, and that is a far cry from Nightmare in second place with 79. I don't have my calculator nor the brain power to actually do that math on the fly like that, but that's a lot of points in between. And then look, second place to really 7th is very, very close. 8th even. You've only got 20, 30 odd points there in between those two. It's very, very close. All those are going to be fluctuating non-stop. Vivant, so nice to see Vivant go up into 12th place there with 28 points, but that does mean, unfortunately, that One Shot Blossom, World of Wonders, and LQ5 for Vikings all go down again. It's just an uphill battle for those poor teams on that side. Yakut Quality down with 14 points. They did miss one game, the first ERANGEL game of tonight, though, so they are behind by one game. So it's going to be even more of a battle for them, but still great coming here. Just so interesting to see how close these teams are. Of course, Wildcats having a fantastic, well, it's not a weekend, is it? Fantastic finals, let's just say that. Just having a fantastic few nights here. Just really, really, just really, really good. So they're far and away from the rest of them, but all these teams, so good, so even, and just playing their hearts out. So very excited for this SANHOK. Very excited for the SANHOK game. We will be seeing it in just a few moments. I'm going to head into a break before that, though, and we'll be seeing as this final heats up even more what's going to be happening over on SANHOK in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for SANHOK. We'll be getting into that in just a couple of minutes. Okay, listen, I'm always excited for the SANHOK. It's action-packed. It's one of my favorite maps. I am ready for this. I want to see these teams go all out here. I want to see full aggro. I want to see just complete chaos, start to finish. I don't care about points at this point. You're all so close anyway. Do something about it. I don't want no caution, but we probably won't get that. It's a bit early. It's a bit early. I mean, that's how I would want to see it as a viewer, as a caster. It's more fun that way. But we got to think of these teams. They're aiming for as big of a placement as they can get. So we will be seeing how they're going to play this. I think there'll be a big balance between that full aggro and the little bit more of a cautionary play style there. But that SANHOK is going to be coming on up, and then we have an ERANGEL and a Miramar. So still plenty of action to be had. I'm going to sneeze. I really hope I don't because camera's coming on, but hi. Okay, I think we're good. But yeah, so that SANHOK is going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Very excited for that. I'm not gonna root for anybody. I'm not gonna mention Vivant at all. Lips are sealed. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it because it just seems to make them disintegrate, and I'm just not doing it. But they got third last time, and it's a great result for them. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. Really don't want to jinx them in any way, shape, or form. With the Wildcats, though, I'm wondering, are they going to be going full aggro? Are they going to get really, really confident, a little bit cocky with this? We saw that towards the end, but that's when they already had it in the bag. So they might decide to go a little bit aggro. They've got a big difference between them and second place, so they may decide to do that. Galatasaray as well is a team that I will really want to keep my eye on and see how they go. And here we go, match 8, SANHOK. Let's go. That zone, or flight path rather, going to be going straight across the middle, it looks like. Yes, that's a very nice zone for these teams. Very nice indeed. I'm glad it's gone that way. As easy as possible as possible for these teams. Yeah, I already said that. Galatasaray already off the flight, and away they go to boot camp. Phantom Reborn going over to the island. R8 to those ruins area. Nightmare as well. And let's see where that zone goes. Come on, zone. Be cool. Be fun. But not too stressy for the teams. Let's see. Where is it going? Oh! Oh, that. Wow. That is painful. That is extremely painful. But you know what? It's north for once. It's nice to have a north zone. We always have it go south, but not south enough to be down by Salmi and all those interesting places. So north is fun. North is cool. C1D with their botations, they're going to be very happy with that because they can just sit out on the water and wait for those teams to die. So that might be a good spot for them. But still, that 50% water like that already. So you know those subsequent zones are going to be brutal. 4 minutes to zone, though, so they got plenty of time until they need to start thinking about moving in, thinking about their placement, etc. Destiny, though, might have a little collision with Yildiz here from Rise. Oh, Rise of Queens. That door wasn't open. And then it just closed magically by itself. That's going to be Yildiz moving back very, very quickly. You could just see her look at it and go, I don't remember that being closed. Now she knows that C1D is there. But they're not super there. It's just the solo. Just Destiny. Done a little bit of a 1-3 split, so Destiny has to be very careful here. Yeah, that's going to be Destiny moving back, Yildiz moving back, each just going, you know what? Not today. Not today, not right now. We will meet you later on the battlefield. But for now, I just want to kind of loot up and do my own thing. Thank you very much. So Destiny's going to be going to the other side of the road, but that might be the wrong place to go. Rise of Queens are kind of right behind Olga. She's going in the wrong direction. Oof, this could be difficult. She might skirt past them just about, but getting back's going to be difficult now. But hey, she doesn't know that, does she? That is our information only, so she's happily unaware, blissfully unaware of her situation. 2 minutes have gone very quickly by, though, and it's only 2 minutes left until that zone starts coming on in. Looking at Rise of Queens, and happily for Destiny, Rise of Queens going to be They're going to be rotating up to the north side, up to zone, so they're not going to stay around that area for long. She will be in the clear. And there they go. They're going to just be looting on up there. Yakut quality. They're going to be in Camp Bravo up to the north side there, so a very easy passage into zone for them. They are good to go. Noriaki on board with her right now. Ooh, and 5 first aids. We got to keep an eye on those first aid counts. We got to see who's going to be the med stratter for the team. Oh, and Sola losing one early. That's going to be Piano going out to Phantom Reborn, though. So, much needed points on the side of Phantom Reborn. But Sola, they need those points too. They can't afford to lose Piano. But they'll have to make do without her for now. That's going to be, of course, up by... Yeah, up on the island. Looks like one just got a little bit strayed a little too far and came into Phantom Reborn's territories. They're going to be up to the north. The rest of Sola are in Hatin, so there's no way they could have really done anything. Oh, right, the Queens have found C1D, but not Destiny. That is to their south. They found the rest of them. But here comes the push, I think. They've taken one. Definitely taken one out, as far as I was reading that kill feed. Yeah, Flora is dead. It's just the 2 here, and then Destiny in the back. Ooh, it's the 2-on-1. There we go. Quickly, Elif goes down the vector, trying his best, but no, it's not going to happen. But Essence does go down anyway. Now it's just her versus Solvok, and Solvok goes very low to the vector. Just Delphia versus Solvok left now. Oh dear. The rest of Rise of Queens now have to move in. But C1D, they've lost 2, now 3. Destiny, the only one left alive, and she has to just move away. Oh, heartbreak for C1D. They needed those points so badly. But that's just what happens. C1D going to be losing that fight pretty badly. Just Destiny left alive. And that's the end of that. There we go. Destiny on the run. Zone's now moving in. So now we're going to be seeing the exodus of these teams moving across the map up to that north side. And interestingly enough, actually, most of the teams are already in there. I mean, you've got, you got the Wildcats positioned right on the very north coast side that they could possibly get to. So that's them well and truly done and dusted for now. And C1D can't even use the rotation anymore. I mean, I suppose Destiny could, but I doubt she will at this juncture. Be great if she would. But yeah. C1D losing out on a perfect rotation opportunity. But Phantom Reborn and Sola look like Phantom won't hunt in for themselves. Not going to be having it, though, just yet. Elsa going to be keeping them away for now. Rise of Queen is going to be our kill leader for now with 3 kills. The rest of them only have 1 or mostly 0 there, so makes sense. It's still very much early days, but Rise of Queen's doing a fair bit better than the rest of the lobby right now. Glees, I don't know. Ooh, okay, so they got a 3-1 split going on here. I suppose so they have one in the back, so if this isn't successful, they always have that spot to go back to, but looks like they're pretty spread out. It's only Gliz there trying to get into that compound, if at all possible. So at the moment, yeah, there you got Ali's coming on up there from the back as well. So she's regrouping with her team. Yeah, I don't think this is really the push they're trying to make here. They just want to kind of beat it. If they can get rid of Sola, then great. But Hot 10 is a big compound to clear. But Elsa have them in sights. New zone about to pop up though. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 3, 2, and 1. Where's it going? Yeah, going north again. With that northern trajectory, we probably should have expected it to go that way. Still, again, 50, well, even more so, 60% water because of that river. That's making it very, very difficult for these teams. It's been a little bit of a slow start, you know, as to be expected from this level of esports, but it's not going to be that way for very long. That zone just will not facilitate it. Delirium. Létra, they're up on that northern coast as well, so they're good to go, but they've got to make sure that their defense and their offense, actually, that both of those strategies are picture perfect. They got to set this up well because these teams are going to want to come in very quickly, very aggressively. And test goes out, so that's Sola losing another player. This is not working for Sola. They're losing them one by one with these big splits. And now it's just Elsa and Mufar. So Sola not doing so well here. R8 are out in the blue zone. Right now, at least. Oh, look at Elsa there. Again, the big splits. I'm not sure it's working at this point. On Vivant, I'm not saying anything. Pretty boat. Nice. They are out in the water. They're gonna sit there for a little bit again. I like this strat. I like what they're doing here, and that's all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say, yeah, see, I don't like this from Sola at all. This was a big mistake coming through. It's been a big mistake for a while, in my, humble opinion. But it's been a mistake for a while, because they lost the other two like that. It's these big splits that aren't doing anything except staying there. They're not being aggressive. They're not moving together. Oh, Foundation though, look at this. Double onto LQ5. LQ5 having just a terrible time so far. This poor team, they try so hard, but at the moment it's just not working out for them. They're gonna lose 2 right there. But yeah, for Sola, just definitely not the play. If they were going to use that big of a split, they have to make sure that they're using it aggressively. They're using it to some sort of advantage rather than just kind of sitting there and waiting for something to happen or waiting for information to come to them. It just doesn't work like that. But back over to the fight at hand, fair Elision and LQ5 for Vikings. They're trying their best to get rid of this team. Oh, there they go. 16th place. LQ5, you need to have a discussion. What is happening? Please go to Discord, go to WhatsApp, whatever you use to do a voice call, and please sort this out because this is not you. And it feels bad, man. Feels bad. Nightmare. Oh, and look at that. Team Stracci now have moved in. Look at that. Immediately. Team Stracci, I saw them in the background there for just a moment. And they have fully moved in. Oh, and there's somebody else coming in as well. Gosh, the new zone has gone to cow, so none of this matters. Hatin, no longer where you want to be, but it is where everybody is, unfortunately, so they're going to have to work that one out. Yeah, that's R8 moving up right behind Team Stracci. At this point, it looks like they're going to have to take this fight. Oh, rival. Very close to going down herself, but does take out Leanie. So that's going to be R8 losing 1. Doesn't help they're in the zone as well, so that health is just ticking away. And here they stand. Team Stracci. Oh, but they've left this corner unattended, and Nora's going to go straight into it. Oh. I didn't see anything in the kill feed. Gosh darn it, the Wildcats again. Strike again. Team Vivant they were out in the middle of the ocean. What happened to them? But I think they tried to move in, and the Wildcats were right there, and boom. The boat went splish-splashing, sunk into the sea, and that's going to be taking Bon Vivant with them. That's going to be 15th place for them. Fair Elision. Oh, now looking at the Wildcats. Okay. Fair Elision are in 3rd right now. 4 kills already for them. So they're looking pretty nice. And again, between the 2nd and kind of 8th places, it's very, very close in terms of the points. So definitely all to play for here. Fair Elision with a good game. Nightmare with not so good of a game could very easily surpass Nightmare here. So Nightmare have to play this very carefully. They are going to be able to get this res going. It's against Létra, but those reses aren't going to be able to get up and running. Sola have managed to escape Hatin, move into zone, but now there is another obstacle. That is World of Wonders, and World of Wonders are still a full team. Over the top now, around the outside, around the bottom, to the left, to the right. Oh, right there. Moves around, just trying to do a little bit of dancing. Oh, on that retreat as well. Gets a couple of shots down. Not sure why she did that. Not sure why that happened at all. What's going on there? World of Wonders just completely fell back there. I'm not sure what happened there at all. That's really interesting. I wonder what the comms are for that. I wonder what the strategy behind that is, what info they have that we don't, because that was very strange. They just completely moved back and didn't do a thing about it. Interesting. Okay. That's a missed opportunity for them. Oh, finally! The zone goes to the mainland. It goes to some sort of land. It's going to be Cow and Tatmok. Oh, and that's a really, really difficult place in the zone to be. Definitely is. It's so open, so low. Team Stracci as well have made it out of that, out of the town, out of Hatin. Gonna be going around the outside and going into Team Létra though. Here we go. They're still out in the zone, and there's Sola with R8 though. Ooh, with the little third party, with a little bit of the gatekeep going on. That's big for them. That is big. That means R8 are down to a solo. Oh, this has not been good to them. This game. Definitely not been their friend. Team Stracci now finding a little bit of resistance. And that's actually a third party from Nightmare, because they're fighting Létra right now. Oh, that's going to be R8 taken out. The solo does go down. That's going to be... Oh, C1D as well as Rise of Queens take them out. So, yeah, that's going to be her... The last... I think that was Destiny, wasn't it? The last player of C1D going to be taken out there. She survived a while, but not long enough. 13th place for her. So, still 0 kills. Again, 17 minutes. She survived so long. Kaza, okay. Just flying through with those bullets. That's going to be Opium dead. Létra down to a duo. Oh, they're going to be able to get Hala? Yes, they are. They are going to be able to, but the zone is ticking. Fair Elision now on board with her as she goes up against Yakut Quality over here in her little... How many rounds does it take? Okay, but finally gets it done. And Dusted Fair Elision going to be picking up Yakut Quality as well. Yakut Quality going out in 12th place there. Hala goes out to the zone, and all of a sudden Team Stracci down to a solo. That solo is rival though, so it is going to be Sonder going down there, but oh dear. That was very quick. Very quick indeed, and now she's got 13 meds. That's all right. She could do this quite easily. World of Wonders now gatekeeping as well. Surprising. Oh yeah, the 0 kills. Yeah. But they're now gatekeeping Sola again. So it looks like they decide to disengage. Oh, Melshad, one-shot Blossom though with that nade. Gonna be taking out Elsa. New zone has popped up. Ooh. Is this Galatasaray's time? Is it their time to shine? Team Stracci does go out though, so those 13 first aids gonna be doing nothing. She goes out to the zone. Oh, that is interesting. She must have missed the timing there a little bit. That's unfortunate. Team Stracci gonna be going out there in 11th place. 6 kills though, so still, that's a fair amount of points. One-shot Blossom in charge of SANHOK. I think this is one of their usual go-tos, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen them here quite a bit. But a lot of solos we got here. Got Létra, we got Sola. And then we have a lot of duos as well. Nightmare and Phantom Reborn. So 4 teams have 2 or less. World of Wonders now trying to get in. That's 2 down for them. Galatasaray just gatekeeping the absolute heck out of them. That's going to be them with, let's see here. Oh, 0 kills so far, though. Fair Elision out the back, though. They got 7 kills. They're probably feeling a lot more confident, a lot more seasoned here. Zeus for World of Wonders does go out there to the zone. One-shot Blossom. Oh, very, very close, Mira. Yep, goes out to the play zone. Yeah, there she goes. So that's going to be a quick little pickup for Tofita. New zone coming up, though. Very, very quickly. Oh, Nightmare. No, you missed your chance. You missed the timing completely. Nightmare going to be going on out there. And this is Fair Elision's chance to get that higher placement, to get that 2nd place taken away from Nightmare. Laura. Gonna be trying things, but looks like Wildcats are having a success over there. 3 eliminations for them now, as I think that was Phantom Reborn goes out in 9th position. Rise of Queens, here they are. Oh, World Wonders does go down there as well. Oh, very nice reaction time coming through there, but not going to be quite enough because she's not there on that ridge. She's below it, actually. Here, go back over to Galatasaray. Looking at this. Oh, no, Rise of Queens. Delphia almost made it, but not quite enough. That's going to be Carly getting rid of her. And now we're still down to 8 teams here. But the Wildcats not having so much fun either. Play zone. Oh, the zone's going to get zeros. No, Rise of Queens going on out there in 8th position. Wildcats down to a solo right now. So 6 kills on board for them, and there they go. But it's going to be 7th place, so not that many points for them. Galatasaray now up against Fair Elision. Gets 1. Gets 2. Oh my goodness me. Tofita on point here. Blackheart or Sola are going to be eliminated out there. Immediately thirsting up Fair Elision here. Thought she saw something, but she didn't. I think that's a med strat coming on through from Fair Elision. Yes, it is. 10 kills on board for them. So that's going to be a med strat going through there. Look at that. 19 first aid. She just has to get the timing right. Meanwhile, Carly going to be using those nades over to those buildings, but there's nobody there. You're wasting your stuff. Oh, that's going to be one-shot Blossom now, eliminated as they try to make it out of SANHOK. Here we go, your top 4, Létra, Fair Elision, World of Wonders, and Galatasaray. Oh, very nicely done. Well done, Aurora. Down she goes. That is a knock. That is going to allow her to get into zone. Beautifully done. Laura is going to get res back up, but it did allow her passage into zone. She stays alive for a little bit longer, but maybe not forever. That zone's going to be rather pretty. Not pretty enough, though, because Aurora's out the outside. Oh, for Létra, that is the last one. She's nowhere near the zone, and that's her out. So Létra Eternal, there goes the pan. Létra Eternal going to be going out there in 4th position with 3 eliminations. That's a good score. That's going to be Tofita, though, with that nade. Beautiful nade. Finally getting World of Wonders there. But that's going to be third place. Only one elim, though. But third place is enough for now. But immediately getting those last players in there. Fair Elision do go out with a fair score as well. But it is going to be Galatasaray with 11 kills going their way. What a game from them. And yes, they were zone blessed. They were, but still, the coordination that you have to have, the skill, the experience to do that so smoothly as they did. They only had one player get knocked, and that was rezzed back up very easily. They continued alive as a full squad, and what more could you ask for? Tofita coming in hot with 5 kills, 720 damage. Then Laura there. Then Sima as well as Carly right there. Look at them go. So yeah, Tofita with the 45% of the kill count, 27% going over to Laura as well. So really nice result from all these players. Look at that. Look at them go. So very nicely done to them. But just that in general. That was very action-packed. I did ask for action, and it was given to all of us. It was there. We had a lot of those teams go out very, very quickly. I think I saw a couple of mistakes being made, which is interesting because I don't often for this lobby. Sure, there's little micro things or whatever. There's always going to be something that makes you lose a fight, but there were a couple of big mistakes that I saw from several different teams that actually really influenced how they were able to play the rest of the game. But despite that, did pretty darn well in general. There's the face-to-face. Fair Legion, there's a team that didn't make a mistake, and there's Galatasaray, who also didn't make a mistake. I mean, there you go. And very even, except... and again, I think this is another kind of Wildcats result here in terms of the zone went to them, and they were in their compound and didn't do a whole... They were sheltered from that damage, because look at the damage received between these two teams. 413 on Galatasaray, but 1191 on Fair Elision. So that's a big difference. I mean, even if you don't count Fair Elision's actual demise there due to Galatasaray's win there, and also, I mean, yes, also these kinds of scores are going to be a little bit skewed because of the med strat sort of deal that's going on, because the Fair Elision did do quite a bit of that, but still, you are seeing Galatasaray be quite sheltered there in that compound, able to just work from those windows and not have a whole lot of damage dealt to them. Speaking of damage dealt, though, you are going to be seeing Galatasaray move up to that first place position for this graph, at least. 11 kills and 1951 damage. Fair Elision in second place with 10 kills and 1761 damage, so not far behind. Interestingly enough, though, I do want to jump over to the Wildcats, because typically when we see these graphs, we see that the Wildcats shoot far above even the winners. That is not the case here. So the Wildcats are going to have 1,084 and 6 kills, but still, that is very decent. But look at One Shot Blossom. Over 1,000 damage for a singular kill. Goodness me. So that is a lot of just ammo and everything that they're really putting into the rest of these teams. Galatasaray Tofita is going to be our MVP of the SANHOK match, though. 5 kills and 720 damage. 81 heals. So she didn't have to heal all that much. Again, being pretty sheltered there in those last couple of zones. So nicely done there. That's going to be your MVP for SANHOK. It'll be very nice. 1 assist, only the 1 assist. So all those kills are her own there. There you go, your top players as well. Fair Elision getting 2 there. Yagi and Christy are both up there. Lara is also there in third. And then you've got Delphia VIP from Rise of Queens there, sneaking into that 5th position. A little bit more of a discrepancy between these kind of damages and everything. And actually, Yagi had more elims than the others, but less. She actually had the least amount of damage of the 5, so that's very interesting as well. 444. 44444. Actually, there's 4 4s in that there, so that is going to be her going into second place despite the less damage. Very interesting there. So there's your player stats. There's your initial player stats for the team and just the game in general. So wow. Take a moment. Let's just take a moment to just think about that game for a bit, because that was very, very heavy. That was very intense. Vivant out in the water, they did the thing. They did the thing in the water that I've been wanting somebody to do. C1D weren't able to do it, but Vivant were, but unfortunately just met with the Wildcats, who are about the worst team they could have possibly come up against, and just got taken out early there. But we're going to be seeing that that recap. They go over to boot camp, of course, as per usual. And there, the teams are actually very evenly spread out, but of course they all have to come north now. Much smaller area than normal because of that 50-60% water zone. Then they decide to move up through Paradise, or not quite through Paradise, up to that road, up the road there, into that little compound, and there they stay. Well, the next compound, there they stay for the entirety of the final phases. And that goes to show you, we're seeing a trend here. We're seeing pattern. Wildcats first last game, now Galatasaray in this game. We're seeing this happen, where the patience, they stayed there for a good 10-15 minutes of the game. They stayed exactly in that spot and just waited. And that really, really worked for them. They were able to get 11 kills just by fending off teams away from them. 11 kills and the win. See, there you go. More fending, more fending. They have the zone again. I mean, yes, they were zone blessed. Let's be real here. But still. Fantastic game for them for sure, but also for Elision. They did super well to go into second place there. They weren't towards the back. They weren't really in those fights at all. Barely in the zone at all, but they did manage to get in at the last. They got those first aids off, but I'm not quite sure, but I do think that Galatasaray were able to catch her rather than use the med strat and she just gave up or something. I don't think that was the case there. I think they managed to grab her in the end. So yeah, but Elision did a fantastic job there. So they've won one. Yes, they've won one and come second in another. So nicely done. There's your match rankings. 26 points going over to Galatasaray. Elision with 22. So only 4-point difference between those. Which would make sense because it's 1 kill and 3 placement points, so that makes a whole lot of sense. Létra Eternal going into third there in terms of points with 11, but so is World of Wonders. That's great to see. So World of Wonders going to get 11 points there as well. Wildcats with 8, Sola with 7. I am going to say right now, for the majority of these teams, these are some decent points that they needed. A lot of these teams, I mean, yeah, World of Wonders need the points. They got 11. Sola as well could do with some more, as well as One Shot Blossom. They both got 7, and Rise of Queens got 6. So these are some really good points for these teams that are a bit lower down on the leaderboard. And this is going to boost them up quite a bit. There's, of course, your match summary, and looky there. That is 3 Galatasaray players, or rather 2, but using up 3 of the spots there. Longest distance kill, highest damage, and highest kills as well. That's going to be Laura and Tofita taking up those spots. Most utilities used, 5. Oh, wow. This is definitely not a game of high utility. Not a lot of smokes, not a lot of nades, although there's quite a few, but 5 utilities used per player. That's the height of, or that's the MVP rather. It's going to be Christy from Elision using those utilities. And Light from LQ5 for Vikings, 10,000 meters traveled. So that's quite a bit for SANHOK. I mean, compared to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I mean, this is 3,000 meter difference there. Here we go. SANHOK match stats, 11 headshots. That's the most headshots so far, I'm pretty sure. 82 throwables. That's very few compared to the last few games. 10,930 healing, though. That is a lot of healing. I mean, yes, it's to be expected. It's SANHOK, but still, that is a heck of a lot. In fact, it's almost 9,000, so that is a lot of healing going through for these teams. 59 knockouts for 51 total kills and 18 rescues. Goodness me. Only one airdrop looted, though. That's interesting. Only the one. So loot airdrops definitely not these teams' priority for these finals. And here's what you're looking for. Yep, ooh, Galatasaray as well with that win. Look at them go. Oh, this is very interesting. So the Wildcats get 142 points. That is a 30-point, if I'm doing math correctly. No, I'm not. That is a 50-point gap between first and second. But look who's in second place. Elision, Nightmare were there, but now they've gone down to fourth. That is amazing. 10-point difference now between Elision and Nightmare. And then Galatasaray with that win have snuck right into third place. And that means Nightmare, Rise of Queens, and Team Stracci all have to come down. So Team Stracci now in 6th position. Oh, that is going to be a little bit concerning perhaps for some of these teams. Rise of Queens, they've done really well to rise through the ranks, and they are here at 5th, but they were higher, and Nightmare are not going to be happy about that at all. Sola and Létra continue in their spots 7th and 8th. That's not too shabby at all. And it's nice to see some of these other teams as well. R8, Phantom Reborn, World of Wonders, look at them. And actually Project C1D and One Shot Blossom all above 30-point margins. That's really nice to see from them. Really, really nice. World of Wonders going up there as well. Unfortunately, Project C1D just having a really bad game there. That made them unable to continue to have any points and go up that leaderboard. But World of Wonders with that third place, are able to go up to 11th. So nicely done, all teams. Goodness, that is a big twist. But again, that's what happens when you have such a quick, such a close margin of points between all those teams. I mean, I'm thinking there's probably like 20 odd points there between 2nd and maybe 8th place. But it's widening just a little bit. It's not the 1-1-1 points that we're used to seeing. It's the more 4, 5, 10 points that we're now looking at. So those scores, they are getting a little bit farther apart is what I'm trying to say. A little bit farther apart. But tell you what is farther apart. The time between now and the next game of ERANGEL. That is because we're going for a tiny little break, just a teeny tiny little one. So just stay there, don't move. We'll be right back while we get this game set up in just a few minutes. So do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth to last game of tonight, and game, let's see, ninth game of tonight, or of the finals, rather. So, there you go. We are going to be going into a wrangle for this ninth game, or rather the fourth game of tonight. We will be seeing now the pressure really start to rise. We are going into halfway point. I think we've passed the halfway point of the finals. So now the points really are starting to even out, really starting to see some gaps in between these kind of different sections of the leaderboard. And this is where these teams are really going to start feeling the pressure, because now it's over halfway through. We only have so many games to go. There's only 2 more games tonight to end the night off well. So this is where the teams are going to start feeling a little bit of that pressure. We might see a few mistakes come in here as well as that pressure starts rising, but hopefully everything will be fine and these teams will perform as usual. We're going to be going into this game right now, and there's the plane path. It's going to be going up to the north side, so fairly even in terms of where it's actually going, but very much north, so no military island for these teams, at least from the plane path. C1D going down south. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Wait, yeah, no, because C1D, I think, go to Primorsk, actually, if I remember correctly. So that's normal for them. They're going to be going that way. Nightmare going North George. And here we go, Elision and Wildcats as well, going over to their preferred drop spots. Létra, though, going with C1D. That's interesting. Okay. They do seem to be fairly close to them. LQ5 as well. Galatasaray are going to be going over to Pochinki. Sola to the Watertown. And World of Wonders, they're going to be going down to the south coast. They're what? Oh dear, I didn't even see that happen. But the first kill is going to go to Flora, and that's going to be a vehicle kill at that. Oh dear, oh dear. But there goes the zone, and we're going to be seeing that go to the south side, or southwest side rather. So really, that is very much a military zone. So just the PUBG is just messing with us all. Rise of Queens, though, decide to hot drop Sola down here in Watertown, and unfortunately, Elif looks like she's the loser, the losing party of this fight so far. Might be able to get this red, but I doubt it. There's just too many of the other team, especially with Mufar up on that roof, as she usually is. For now. Ooh, and that's a nice spray. Delphia going to be going on and down very, very quickly there. Elsa grabbing another one of the Rise of Queens girls. 0 defeats so far, though, so that means that they've not bled out yet. There is still some hope, but look at Mufar up on that roof. Oof. Zeros barely moving in as well, so Elif is going to go on out there. This is not what they wanted at all. Rise of Queens. Had such a good game last game. Got a fair few points. What? Oh, no. Sola coming up behind him. She didn't even know they were there. probably thought it was her teammates, but no, they're across the water. And that's an immediate... Is that Elif's? There's no way they got Elif's up. They did. Oh, they managed it. She was almost dead as well, but nope, that is going to be Elif's back up and running. So I think, yep, that's going to be Rise of Queens with only one going down, and it's not even the ones who got knocked. It's going to be somebody, oh, with the deagle. Oh, that's just mean. Mufar with that little deagle. Gotta be taken down. Elif's again there. Delphia, they're going to try and get this res going as well, but now Sola, they're going to be pretty much ready to go. They're going to be very confident now. They're going to be pushing on forward. They know that the Rise of Queens have had to retreat, and they're going to go ahead and take back as much of the water town as they can very quickly too. And that is a punch for her. Oh, that was very nicely done. And up they go. Elsa, first and foremost. I think Rise of Queens, they're trying their very best. I don't know what they're going to do here. Either they're going to have their last stand here, which I doubt they will because Delphia has no meds. Or they're going to try and run, but I think it's too open in the back to run, so it looks like they just have to kind of sit there and wait. It's going to be extremely difficult for Rise of Queens to actually win. Very difficult. Gonna do their best, though. Piano around the outside. I mean, they know they're there, though. Has Sola seen her? Yes, she has. Oh! Piano going and taking her out, and that's gonna be two immediately done. There we go. Rise of Queens gonna be going out in last place there. That's a really big blow for them after having such a good game last game. But it does happen. I don't know that they did that on purpose, that little hot drop thing there, but that's what happened. And unfortunately for them, Sola going to be picking up those points. Bon Vivant, that's cool. They're in Yasnaya. They're going to be moving away from Yasnaya now, and I will not say any more about them. But there they are, doing a few spitty spins. Nasty still trying to loot on up, and then she'll be getting out of there as well. So that's cool for them. They're in Yasnaya, actually, so that's bold. They've gone again to One Shot Blossom's area. But the zone's coming in now. They're gonna have to go to zone, and I think that's what they're trying to do here, just waiting for Nasty. One Shot Blossom as well, looking like they may be deciding to exit the area as well. So we're gonna have two of those rotations coming through pretty much the same time. Zenta, oh, bye-bye. Down the cliff she goes. She makes it, though. Zenta for Nightmare. Along this coastline. Where even is she? Ah, yeah, she's South George Coast. Oof. Oh, dear. The rest of them are doing it as well. Oh, there's Fair Legion in the background, though. They gotta be careful of that. They're gonna try and make their way all the way around, and I think they know. I think they know that Fair Legion are going to be right there because they're going the long way around. And that's the safe thing to do. That's what they're going to be doing. Fair Legion, none the wiser to this plan. They're going to be rotating out as well. There's Linu in her... It's not quite the Cheesemobile. Oh yeah, it is the Cheesemobile. In her Cheesemobile. She's going to be moving on out. There we go. The whole team moving out, going somewhere. Sola now has Phantom Reborn to deal with because look who's joined them. Phantom Reborn. 4 kills under their belt, full squad still. They're looking for another 4. Doable. Oh, look at Mufar on the off angle. Oh, and an M249. That's scary. Such a scary gun, but not so fantastic long range, so not sure what she's going to do with that. Melanie has her own off angle, and she could deal with Mufar if she really wanted to from that angle. That could be okay. Piano. Oh, and now it's the standoff. Now we have the standoff. Piano as well with that little off angle as well. So this is where they all just sit for a moment, gather as much info, set themselves up, and then those shots will be coming in fairly soon. Where's Piano going? This is interesting. Where on earth is she off to? New zone, though. Where is it going? Where is it going? Yeah, mainland. Okay. Alrighty, so these two teams are still barely in zone, and it's not going to be going to the island like Létra thought it was, so they have to come back up now. R8 have moved across that southern coastline, and Team Stracci are right there as well. Oh, but C1D. No! Why? Every time! Every game, there's at least 2 players that do this, and that's a very easy 1 point for LQ5 for Vikings. Even though she goes down, that's a very, very easy kill. I mean, it's Essence's fault she fell out the vehicle. Oh, no. But yeah, that's C1D. Taking an L there for a little bit. And there's Nightmare. Hello, Nightmare. Oof. And off they go, but no, Destiny's been taken down in the background. And, oh, taken down. All right, so LQ5 wanting extra points there. And doing good with it. And now they leave. And now they leave. Sneaking those couple of kills, and away they go. So they're going to be losing 1 for those 2 kills. It's unfortunate. But it's better than what they've been doing lately. So they're going to continue on as a trio down in this very populated area. It's about to be populated, I would have thought. Back over to the water town, though. It is Phantom Reborn versus Sola. And I think Sola lost one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Piano's down. And gonna get thirsted, so there she goes. Ooh, Paulie's gonna be going down as well there. That's an instant reciprocation of the knock, but that's gonna be a res. So no harm done to Phantom Reborn just yet. Let's see what Liz is doing here. She was up against Mufar there, but she decided to regroup. Looks like maybe they thought that they were going to be pushing forward on that knock and needed the backup. There's Liz on the off angle, though, distracting them a little bit. Oh, but she immediately goes down. Oh, no. I think that's just a little too ambitious there. A little bit too dedicated to the bit, if in a way. I think that push just wasn't very coordinated. She tried to get the off angle, but she knows she's in between 2 factions of the same team. Oh, that's a very, very close Molotov, but Elsa is not touched. Here they come. This is the push. The zone's making them. Tesh is chilling. He's just gonna watch this happen. Oh, gets one. Oh. Tess goes down, though. That is going to be Tess down. Can she get the other one? Melanie takes one down. There we go, with help from her teammate. And Mufar is the only one up. Oh, it's a 1v1. But no, it is not a 1v1. It is a nade and then a revive. Zone. A new zone has popped up, and it's going to be closer to the north with that 300 meter range for these teams. Yeah, there go the revives. They decided to go ahead and just grab those rather than risk the 1v1. Very sensible. Very methodical. Let's see what happens now. Oh, Polly's, no, she's there. No, she's up on the top there. She goes half health though. Oh, No, down she goes. Police was still the last one up. What? That's very odd. But Phantom Reborn gonna have 1 elimination, but 0 placement points. And there's the new zone. It's gone straight back up to the north. This zone cannot make up its mind. For goodness sake. Goodness me. So that's gonna be the end of that then. That's gonna be Sola able to move on in. World of Wonders is next on the chopping block though. Uh-oh. They're gonna make it to safety here in this compound. I'm looking at who they're dealing with. It looks like it's Fair Legion up on those hills. But they're gonna park all their lovely sports cars next to each other. Which one is that pink one, actually? That was gorgeous. But anyway. Gonna be looking over at Fair Elision now. They've parked themselves here. Mid-south zone, so that's not too bad. Got a good compound here. Oh, and that's Fair Elision. Oh, right there. There they are, the little head peak. Saw it. Oh, but it's gonna be quiet now. I mean, at this range, there's nothing they can do. I mean, they can only just look at these, at whoever they're looking at. C1D are a little bit closer, so this is where they might have a bit of a more successful time here. One shot Blossom, they're going to be looking for those airdrops at the moment. But yeah, C1D, this is much more doable for World of Wonders. Fair Elision are no target of theirs. And there you can see just down at the bottom, you got their face-to-face numbers, World of Wonders and C1D. There's your average kills, 1 to 2, average damage, 429 to 473. So that's pretty similar. And then your average points are both 4. So these are pretty even teams here in terms of how they've been performing for the finals. Oh, the zone has hard shifted away from all the teams. LQ5 got to hold on to their horses. This got to get very, very chaotic in just a second. And R8 are out of zone, and they just set all their vehicles up in this cave thing. Sewer system, whatever. And they have to disentangle everything now. Loading on into ruins, though. We've got the Wildcats. There they are. 0 kills at the moment, but 4 still left alive. They got this little compound bit right here, and that's Létra looming in the distance and going straight past them. There's some shots over onto Opium, and now the rest of the team will get the same treatment, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be them going through there. Yakut Quality do have 1 down over in ruins, I think, to the Wildcats, but they're a little bit distracted right now. World of Wonders, no! What is with you guys? And just crashing into teams unawares. Melzy just about evades Yagi's spray there. Gonna be Zeus going down, but hopefully gonna be able to get that res. Oh, that's a nice nade though. Yep. Oh, that's an even better nade. Yep. No, not happening. They're gonna lose 1. Definitely gonna lose the 1. Melzy under attack now. Don't have nades? Some Molotovs? Just chuck them all down. At this point, you know where they are. There we go. There we go. There's some pushback. Oh, that's gonna be a very nice nade. And Lucy goes down as well. This is not good. Melzy, last one alive. Molotovs, all of them. Blackheart of Sola. Sola get taken out there by Galatasaray. So that's going to be 4 points going there, or 3 points rather, going their way. That's going to be Sola out in 14th after all that, unfortunately. Yeah, never go inside, ever. Unfortunately, that's going to be World of Wonders out in 13th. Oh, that's such a shame. 0 points. How frustrating. Team Stracci stuck up on this hill as Galatasaray say no, you're not allowed to come into zone. come on, it's showing. Get him. Not quite, though, not able to do it. But Laura, very nice compound for Galatasaray. This is one we see them use quite a bit. And there we are, throwing a few shots every which way. One shot Blossom as well, having a few shots over at Team Stracci as well. That's a nade kill going over to Melstad as R8 get taken out right there. C1D. I think that was, yeah, C1D take out R8. Oof. Now that was a fight. GG's, though, they've got Nightmare there. You got Vivant there as well. Fair Elision all up in that trench. And the new circle is going to be closing on in shortly. 3, 2, 1. And there she goes. Straight to the fields. Straight to the open ground. There is nowhere these teams can hide now. Oh, some of those teams were really, really hoping. Oh, C1D get eliminated not long after getting rid of R8. So that's going to be 7 kills for them, though. What a result for them. 11th place and 7 kills. Not too shabby. But yes, those Team Stracci do go out there 10th place and 1 elimination. It's hardly any points at all. Ah, what a shame. So that's going to be them out as well. We are down to 9 teams already. Wow. 9 teams. 19 minutes in. Yeah, those teams down to the south are really hoping those trenches would be in the zone, but unfortunately, it is not the case. Galatasaray now having 5 kills for themselves. That's a good start to the late phase of game. Oh, beautiful nade from Nightmare. Very, very nice. Unfortunately, going to be getting nasty, and Alterna there. It's just Beshka left. Not Beshka, that's Nightmare's player. Those are some good nades. Those are some very good nades. Unfortunately, Vivant going to be going out there in 9th place. Oh no! Létra! I said every time 2 players always knock themselves out of the vehicle. This time it's going to be Delirium. What is with you guys? Goodness me, LQ5 going to be picking up a very nice free kill there. And the rest of Létra, the other duo, have to move on alone. They're no longer there, honey. They're gone. LQ5 light. She's just looking there. The rest of them are going to be spraying Létra down as they try and move into zone. They do manage it. They do. Oh. Oh, it's going to be very tricky to stay away from those shots as well. Mimi looking for a little bit of an extra angle there. Fims as well. Yakut quality, lose 1 to the play zone. Oh, there's a big old fight happening. Oh, there's just a lot of teams here. We've got 3 or 4 teams in the same vicinity as Galatasaray have to move forward. And look at Carly, 4 kills. Flora as well had 4 kills, but of course she can no longer make any more. Carly has that possibility, but not while she's knocked. Oh dear. Oh, may have spoken a little too soon. Melstad does go down there as well. Létra as well, going down there a little bit. Oh, Létra gone? No, Sunny is alive. She's just behind that that airdrop right there. Now Galatasaray moving on to Fair Elision, trying to get them out the way. That's a nice nade, but immediately gets taken down. Oh dear, one-shot Blossom not messing around. Well, neither Galatasaray. Look at the cover fire. It's just knocks galore. Everybody getting knocked everywhere. But Fair Elision having a really tough time of it. That's going to be Yakut quality taken out there. 0 elims, but 8th place for them, so that's not too bad. Fair Elision, Linu. She's going to be going down. Christy as well. Galatasaray doing their bit. Ooh, one-shot Blossom sacrificing that duo that are knocked and have to move into zone alone. So they're going to be moving on as a duo. Not much they could really do there, I think. Oh, and there goes Nightmare. God, she's 1 health. How? Yeah, there she goes. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be the Wildcats taking that 4th kill for themselves, and that's going to be them taken out there in 7th place. Galatasaray moves straight to the middle, and it's not helping. It's not going very well. One Shot Blossom, though, also not having a great time. And that's going to be Elim from the Wildcats going down to the DP of LQ5 for Vikings. It's all going down. 23 minutes in, 6 teams alive. Zone 6. Here we go. Oh, come on. How? There we go. That's what I thought. That's going to be Yagi getting taken out there. Taya is left alone outside in that zone. Ooh, Galatasaray with One Shot Blossom. Look at Tofita. Look at her go. Very, very brave there. Very low as well, but Robbie is going to be the last one alive after that. Wildcats getting pulled apart by that DP. Look at them go. One Shot Blossom get taken out eventually there. That is going to be them out in 6th place. Galatasaray now looking at Létra. Elision get taken out. There we go. And now top 4, Létra. Well, Létra weren't taken out. I'm stupid. Of top 4, Létra, LQ5 for Vikings, Galatasaray, and the Wildcats. Wildcats still full squad somehow. How? They were able to get those reses. Okay. New zone. This is the quiet area. Galatasaray, look at there. Really, really big. Oh, Létra going to be going out there. So that's going to be 4th place for them. But a big spread coming in from Galatasaray. Mimi in her vehicle. There's 2 left for LQ5. There's 3 left for LQ5. This is a great result for them. This is what they really, really need. Oh, and there goes another one, and that's going to be a thirst this time round. They're not letting that get away. Oh, Light very nearly goes down, though, in return. Voodoo does go down there. But interestingly enough, looking at that little mini-map, you can see which direction all these teams are facing, and they're all looking at Galatasaray. All of them. Maybe that's towards zone, but usually we see them looking at each other a lot more than that. And what we're seeing just there, LQ5 knock, or have 1 knock, so they're going to have to occupy themselves with getting that res if at all possible. Tofita going low with those nades as well. Oh, that's a nice nade in return. But no, not quite going to be enough just yet. Light does go out there. The DP is no more. Oh, just blowing up your own car. Nice. Oh, the Grozer's making an appearance, though. Fims having to drop down quickly. Fims goes out anyway, but the nade gets Tofita. Ventured a little far. That's Carly. Trying to get some cover fire for... Oh, Fims goes out as well. So LQ5 just down to a solo now. 15 kills for Galatasaray. This is the team I'm used to. Top 3 every single time. Look at them go. 15 kills as Tofita goes down. But now Zone 8 is coming up. Here we go. Another 30-minute game. Goodness. Oh, that Molotov going a little short, as is that nade. There's not much range you can get while you're prone. Here's the quiet part. Everybody seems to have forgotten about LQ5, by the way. Like, they're looking at each other. No one's looking over there. There's Mimi. She's just chilling. That smoke was a mistake. If that was hers, that was a mistake. Now they know that there's somebody over there, and they're going to be looking over there a little bit more. She was perfectly fine behind her spot. I know she has to come into zone, but still. If they don't know you're there, don't smoke. That might be an unpopular opinion, but definitely one that I have, because now they know exactly where she's probably going to be. See, the nades are coming through there already. It's attention brought to her. Yep, down she goes. 3rd place for her. GG's though, 5 eliminations in 3rd place. That's a very decent score indeed. Oh, that could be a very nice nade, and Laura's going right into it. Not quite enough though. Now it's just these two, Wildcats and Galatasaray. 2 of the strongest teams in the lobby going head to head, 3v3. This is about as even as it gets. Well, except for Galatasaray having 16 kills and Wildcats having 5. But apart from that, new zone. Are we really going to be going into zone 9? Nice spread from both of these teams, actually. Yeah, we're going into zone 9. This is insane. But, oh no! Eddie goes down first. This is Galatasaray moving in quickly. Nade almost gets Oiku there. But I was going to say, I do like the spread. They completely spread out amongst over the... Oh, Carly very nearly going down there. Does go down, so that's even things up a little bit, but never mind. Oiku gets the nade. Oh no! It's a 1v2. Elam versus Laura and Maddie, I think. Or Sima, sorry. Oh my god, and she did it. A 2v1. She actually did it. What? I didn't even register that for a moment. Oh my goodness me. That is going to be the Wildcats snatching that game, that win away from Galatasaray. The 2v1 came through, and that is going to be the Wildcats' second chicken dinner of the night. Look at those player stats. Elam with 75% of that kill count. 6 kills going on over to Elam with 915 damage. Oiku with 1 kill, and the rest of them got 1 or 0 kills. This is insane. So Elam really MVP of this match. But Oiku with 1 kill, 373 damage. Budu with 1 kill, 305 damage. And then Eddie with 215 damage, but unfortunately 2 assists though, and no kills to herself. But goodness me, what a twist of that. That was so evenly placed, evenly won. Just fantastic. Really, really well done there. I mean, I really liked how they spread out. They spread out amongst the zone. They did that. They got themselves all even. It was about as even as they could possibly get. And then the team started picking each other apart, and it was just a 1v2. And I didn't think they were going to be able to do it because, was it Laura had Elam for us in her sight? She had it right on her. She didn't know she was there, but it was right on her. But that is what happened. The Wildcats did it. 1v2 to get the win, and this is the face-to-face. Galatasaray damage dealt. Yeah, damage dealt far, far more because they got 18 kills. Oh my god, this team, bro. 18 kills due to the Wildcats' 8, which is still a very good score. But look at the damage received as well. Actually, it's very even, 1364 to 1265, and I think that 1364 on the side of the Wildcats is actually due to LQ5 for Vikings and that DP of Lights just taking them all down nearly. But very, very even other than that. 20 knockouts for Galatasaray versus the 7 for the Wildcats, though. So goodness me, what a game that was. Sheesh. Look at the graph. Just look at it. 3,000 team damage. 3,397 team damage. 18 kills. I cannot believe that. What an incredible result for that. And look at the rest of the team. I mean, the Wildcats with 8 kills, and they go right down to 1808. There's a 2,000, nearly 2,000 team damage point difference there between first and second. So Galatasaray, major fraggers of the Women's League. Goodness me. And then there's the rest. You know, they all did really well there. You got Sola with 8 kills, C1D with 7. We've also got 5 and 4 going to LQ5 and Fair Elision. 1 kill for Létra, but 500 damage. I mean, One Shot Blossom, 1200 damage, but only 2 kills. So pretty well spaced out amongst these teams. But gosh, Galatasaray take the cake with this one. Of course, your MVP is going to be Laura. I have seen her do incredible things in previous tournaments, and she's done it again here. 4 kills, only 4 kills though, for 1255 damage. That is a lot of damage for those 4 kills. Only healing up 199, 2 assists, and that survival time of 27 minutes 46 seconds. Just an incredible result here for Laura. She's going to be well chuffed with that. Very, very nicely done. Here's your top players. There you go. It's actually Elam there, and #1 top player. But due to, I don't know, several scoring reasons, she's not our MVP. It's going to be Laura instead. But look at that. You've got the Wildcats. Well, yeah, because they won, didn't they? I forgot they won because Galatasaray were the MVPs. We've been so used to the MVPs being also the winners. But look at that. Elam just sneaking in there with her MVP status over there, the #1. But look at Galatasaray, all 4 of them. Just goes to show you how evenly placed all those kills were, all that damage was. I mean, Laura, yeah, sure, 1255 compared to the 600 and 800 of her teammates. But look at that, 2nd to 5th, just completely decimating the rest of the lobby. Wow. Gosh, that is just insanity there. They're going to be very, very chuffed with that. Definitely a highlight of their game, and also the finals as well. What a great, great game. Want to talk a little bit about the Wildcats as well. They're snatching through there. We've talked a little bit about them before, but definitely they nearly went out to LQ5 for Vikings, which would have been a lot of really good points for them, but unfortunately didn't quite make it there, and the Wildcats were able to pick themselves on up. Then there was LQ5. They did make it to that 3rd position, which is a really great boost in the points for them, but it is a shame that she had to do that little smoke area there. I mean, yeah, it's what you do, it's common practice, but at the same time did call a bit too much attention to herself when they didn't know she was there and were kind of preoccupied in their own stuff. But we're going to be going over to the recap here, and they're going to be again going over to the crates, moving down over to the ruins area. We saw them there briefly looking at what was it, who was that, can't quite remember who. Yakut quality there for a moment, continuing to stay in that position. Continuing to stay. We see that a lot from them, certainly tonight. There goes the new zone, and they continue to stay and stay until they have to move to that area. I mean, to be fair, that area was a good spot for them. There's a lot of traffic up in that area, so they could move away and or stay there and get a lot of kills that way, move on down when they had to the zone. Then there's the other teams there, and you see that north and south ratio. They were really trying hard not to go into those fields, but wow, straight across zone they went. So they went to the literal opposite end. I'd like to know what made that decision, because that's a really interesting thing. Most teams would go just to the closest side, but they went right across. That's very interesting. I'm wondering what was the thinking behind that one. I mean, it certainly worked. It's still an interesting strategy nonetheless. But there they are, and that's the last 3 teams. They're going head to head, but we all know how that story ends. So, gosh. Who else? Let's see. Who came in? That was Létra in 4th. But again, it's so busy. It's hard to remember the specifics of every single team. I just remember LQ5 sadly just losing 2 of them, and it was just 1 left, and she just couldn't quite make it past 3rd place, which is a fantastic score still. But yeah, it was a solo versus 3v3. Wasn't going to be happening there. We do have the match rankings though. 30 points Why is, oh yeah, 30 points there because they were second, of course. I was going to say that should be more than 30 points, but nope, it is 30. So they still managed to get that top score, even though they didn't even win. They actually surpassed Wildcats there. Wildcats only got 23 points compared to that 30, but with that win, so nicely done to both these teams. Just fantastic. LQ5 for Vikings, 15 points going their way. That's a huge amount for them, as low as they are on that board. That's going to be great news for them. Elision with 10 points, Létra with 9, and then 2 with 8. Blackheart, Sola, and Project C1D, both good scores for them. Every little helps, you know, so those 8 points going to be very nice, and actually saved them because 8 points for Sola were kill points, and 7 out of the 8 points for C1D were also kill points. So they were really aggressive and did really well there. Match summary, though, we are going to be seeing Galatasaray. Oh, so Laura going to be taking highest damage away from Ilem, who has the highest kills. Now, typically we see highest kills and highest damage, but that's not the case here. Ilem is second to Laura. We also see Sima there from Galatasaray being both the player with the most utilities used and the longest distance kills, so that's nice for her as well. And then, of course, most distance travel, 15,000 meters. I think that's the most we've ever seen so far in this finals, and that's going to be Sunny from Létra. So very nicely done. But yeah, Galatasaray, despite only coming in second, not that first place, they have just dominated those statistics. 4 airdrops looted. That's a little bit more than we're used to seeing, but not a lot of healing going on. It's just 7,122. So not a whole lot of healing. That means not a whole lot of really damage going on, or perhaps that damage just went to those kills. 60 kills, as that's the amount of people in that lobby. But 74 knockouts, but 31 revives. 31, that's a pretty high number. I don't think we've seen that high a number yet for those rescues, so that's really interesting to see. That's a great stat to think about in terms of that game. But 9 headshots as well, going to be kind of up there. I think the highest we've gotten so far is 11 or 12, but 9 is looking pretty good for ERANGEL. And here you go. These are your table. Ooh, we now have 3 teams in on top of that leaderboard with 100 points. Oh, this is gonna take a minute. Okay, the Wildcats, they've got 165. They won the game. They got more points. That's 3 chicken dinners going to them. Galatasaray have moved up to 120 points and second place. So they're going on up there again. Both these teams, some of the strongest we have in this lobby, and they're really, really showing it. But still, 40 odd away from each other. Elision have gone down slightly, but they're still going to get enough points to keep that third place and go into 102 points. Nightmare going to stay the same. Létra Eternal going up with 80 points now. Nice. Rise of Queens and Team Stracci both going down, though. Rise of Queens had an early exit, and Team Stracci just couldn't quite get enough points there to make a real difference in that result. Blackheart, Sola going to stay there, R8 as well. Project C1D, they're moving up in the world. That's nice to see. 39 points they've got, moving themselves up to 10th place. Phantom Reborn going to go down as a result of that. And then One Shot Blossom and LQ5 for Vikings both going up as well. World of Wonders going to go down, but not for long, I think, because that's only a 1-point difference. So we're going to see both these teams continue their climb of this leaderboard. So very nicely done. And that's a great result coming through here so far for these games. Right. We are almost done with tonight. Almost. We have one more game coming up for you guys. We will be seeing that in just a couple of minutes, and it will be Miramar. So we are very, very close to the end of day 2, and then it will only be 5 more games. So we're going to head into a quick break as per usual while we get this game set on up, and we will see you in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the last game of the evening. We are here at last. The last game of Miramar will be coming up in just a couple of minutes. Here is the schedule. Here we go. Up on screen, what I was just talking about there is Miramar, but look at that. Those winners there. Fair Elision won the first one, and Galatasaray won the third, but second and fourth both belong to the Wildcats. That is 2 more wins to add to their total. So that is a lot of points going their way. Very, very exciting stuff. Who is going to win this final game? I kind of want to do a prediction, but I'm scared. So I'll let chat do that. Chat, you decide who's going to win. Who is going to win this game? This last game of the night, the 6th to last game of the entire thing. We only have tomorrow after this, only 5 more games after this. So the pressure is really, really getting on now. We will be seeing those teams going head to head on Miramar. And again, both these teams have had a really, both these teams, no, on this lobby, they've been taking their time with this. We saw the first ERANGEL go to, I think, 30 minutes. This last ERANGEL went to nearly that long, about 20, 27, 28 minutes. So these have been some really, really long games coming in here. So it really shows you how slowly these teams are playing and how methodically they're really doing this. So it'll be interesting to see how the Miramar goes as well. Those teams, I mean, I'm kind of worried for Team Stracci now. They've not had the night, as big of a night as they were possibly hoping for, not been looking at the, what's the word? I'm losing it. They've not had the games that they maybe were hoping for to continue that podium placement. They've gone all the way down to, I think it's 7th place now. So that's just a real shame. They're going to try their best to get back on top of there, but they've been doing so well up till now, really cementing themselves as one of the top teams of the Women's League. But here we go. Into the final game we go, and that is the flight path going straight across, not quite across the middle, but enough. Here's your overall rankings and your kill leaders. So you got kill leaders, actually Elam from the Wildcats there, Badu in 2nd place. And then so it's literally just Galatasaray and then Wildcats, except for Delphia, 17 kills there in that 5th place position. And you're looking to the left side as well with your overalls. There's all their points. So yeah, Team Stracci in 7th place, but only 3 points behind Rise of Queens and only 7 points behind Létra. So still very, very doable, very close to each other. So definitely able to get up there. It's just the podium that's going to be a little bit more difficult. Oh, and there's the zone. We're going north again. What is it with tonight? And those zones, we are going to be going into the northern half of Miramar. And we'll be seeing now there's a big break between these two sections. Oh, but already something happening. Team Stracci picking up a knock onto C1D. That is really unfortunate, but they've both gone to Chumasera. Not Chumasera. Is that Chumasera? Pretty sure that isn't. No, it's not. Anyway, they've both landed here, though. Either way, and that's going to be a kill going to them. So nicely done there. But, oh, and that's another one. So C1D, after a great result last game, they're already down to a duo. If they can get this res, which I don't think they're going to be able to, she's pretty far behind. No, she's not. That is so frustrating for C1D. They have a little good time, and then it all just goes downhill from there. There's Kaza, but she's not going to be able to get her, I don't think. Not with the Winnie. Just really just seeing where she's going. And there she's going. She's going for that car. Schwiz is there as well. She's playing tonight for this final game. She's going to be looting on up. And I think that's C10 pretty much squashed for the most part. They're going to be very quiet now. And I think that's what Team Stracci are kind of feeling, that they can just go ahead and loot carefully, but loot and do really what they want. Oh, she didn't see that? Oh, no. Oh, but she has a UMP, and that's going to be Team Stracci Kaza. That's her taken out. She only had a Winnie a minute ago. Hang on. What happened there? The sneak. Very much the sneak, but that is going to be Kaza taken out there. Uh-oh, and now Team Stracci have to worry just a little bit. But she had an M249. Ah, well, that is the name of the game, and now it's full guns blazing towards C1D. They tried to ignore him, but it's not going to work. They're going to have to fight at some point, and I think that some point is now. Definitely looking for him, being a little bit more careful. There's SANHOK in the background, just trying to loot up there. Oh, and stealing the vehicle and everything. That's going to be SANHOK going ahead and getting out of there pretty much immediately. Yep, that's them gone. So they got a little bit of revenge, and now they are leaving. Bomb Vivant and one shell? What? One shot Blossom. These two teams having a go at each other over in San Martin this time. Or San Martin, rather. Again, a trio with Bomb Vivant, so continually they're at one-man disadvantage, but that's how it do be sometimes, and they're going to go ahead and do their best as a trio. Looks like they do have the one knock on to one-shot Blossom. Yeah, I'm not sure who that is, but it is somebody. And that's Lost Star trying to get her back, but I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. Meanwhile, two of them are looking at this other duo of One Shot Blossom. They're going to be looking over there. And Nasty got a little bit of an off angle there. Alternate as well. Melshad looking, that's Ravi that's gotten taken down there. Oh, with the Tommy gun tries to get a little knock, but it's not going to be happening. Not right now. Ravi, unfortunately, going to be going on out there. Mira as well with the prone shot. Oof. So that's two now down for One Shot Blossom. Not the game that they wanted. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Bon Vivant getting two more kills. Now they're on the hunt for Melshad. In fact, they've completely forgotten the other player behind them. She's still there. Yeah, Lost Star is like literally behind them, but they're not looking at her. They're looking at Melshad. And she's trying to run away as quickly as possible. But at the moment, the chase continues. Bon Vivant are trying to chase out One Shot Blossom away from their own drop spot. Melshad is going to be trying to get that vehicle, though, I think. Trying to get some sort of transportation to get on out of there. And there's your leaders there on the right-hand side. Got a couple of 2 kills and 1 kill there. So that's pretty nice. Already a few kills on the board. And now Melshad is going to be just very quiet. I wonder where Lost Star is in all of this. I would have thought she would be trying to maybe move up a little bit more. And let's remember, Bon Vivant, they're still a trio. So it's not just these two. And they've actually decided to just go ahead and... Alterna, be careful. Yep, there she goes. And that's Alterna going to be taken out there. That is the revenge. But that's not what Vivant needed at all. Oh, there's another one. Very nicely done with that Tommy gun, but they got to be careful. Look who that was just briefly in the top corner of the screen. That was the Wildcats. Moving a little bit too close for comfort there. And there's just Nasty. No, is she going to have to move and leave her teammates? Is she a solo after all this? No, surely not. No, she's going to be able to get this res up and running, hopefully. Because goodness, that would be such heartbreak for Vivant. Here we go, though. This is the push coming back to bite him. That's Melshot with the nade. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't like this at all. What is going on with them? I am so confused. They're such a good team, and just tonight is just kicking them again and again and again. They did so well there. They had such a good run, but just got taken out there single-handedly as well. Single-handedly, unfortunately. Ugh. But what a shame for them. Moving on to that zone, though, it's going to be going over to that western side. So no Oasis for us, but it's going to be water treatment, a little bit of crater fields, and a lot of San Martin. So that's where all these teams are going. We're seeing all of them start to move around San Martin. So One Shot Blossom going to have a little bit of company. And look at Fair Elision out here, one of those teams that absolutely adore the blue zone. There they go. Whoa, World of Wonders. Ah, right onto the rock. She can save it, though. She can. She's good to go. And, oh, but R8 are looking. There they are. And there goes the sprays. World of Wonders trying to dodge it. They're going to dodge it for now. Oh, but maybe not so much the next time. Just avoids that vehicle getting blown up there. That's going to be, oh, Fair Elision are one down. I didn't see that in the kill feed, but that is the case. Oh, Cotty. Next getting shot at. Oh, with the nade, with the Car 98. Very, very nice. But, oh, World of Wonders up over the top as well. Very well played from World of Wonders. I like this. I think Cotty did become wise to that, and that's what she's trying to combat. But the rest of RA are moving up behind those down at the bottom, and that's not working at all. Why is your M16 on burst mode? This is becoming a pet peeve of mine. It really is. If you're going to do long distance, well, even if you do short distance, the M16 is no good than on single fire. It just isn't. It's too slow. You can shoot a single fire much faster than burst. But anyway, that is a different rant for a different time. At the moment, though, it is going to be R8 with no kills. So looks like World Wonders have managed to both survive and get up on top of this hill line. So well played from World of Wonders. Great coordination as a team to go into that. And we are... Ooh. Oh, you would have had that if you single fired it. Okay, I'm going to move on for that before I get too heated about it. But yeah, so that's going to be Nor kind of stuck behind this rock, honestly. Just a little bit. There's Sky with the AK. Not going to be doing much either, but there's a good bit of cover fire going on. Rise of Queens having a bit of a hard time. Phantom Reborn as well. They've got one down, but Rise of Queens are over in Hacienda. Seven seconds till the new zone. Here we go. Lots of teams over by San Martin, but not so many. Up to the... Ooh. I thought it was going to go up to the north. Those teams had put themselves in the perfect position. They were like, yes, this is where it's going. And then PUBG said, psych. And brought it all the way down to the majority of the teams. Galatasaray immediately on the move. Team Stracci in a world of hurt. And Létra kind of caught in the middle of all that. Here we go, LQ5. Now, this is a team that they had third in the last game. They're going to need this game as well, though. There is somebody ahead of them. They do see that. That is actually going to be Sola. So they're going to grab that extra vehicle and probably avoid them for now. CD10. No. C1D. Destiny, very, very low indeed. Trying to get over the top, but no, can't quite do it. That's going to be Yakut. What? All right. What? I'm confused. Who just went out to... Ah, Sola. Okay, never mind. Yakut quality going on out there as well. Unfortunately, 0 points for this round. Just not going well at all. And at this point, it's going to be very difficult for them to bounce back from this. Yeah, I thought that Yakut quality got that knock onto Destiny and then got eliminated, but that was not the case. We're moving over to Nightmare, though. They're on top of these this cliff area by San Martin. And Rise of Queens have decided to go up there, as have the Wildcats, and unfortunately, Rise of Queens have just sandwiched themselves spectacularly between all these teams. Nightmare going up against the Wildcats, though. So there's something in that. At the moment, we only have one solo, though, so a lot of these teams still full squads, or maybe 3. World of Wonders, Nightmare. Oh, that's happening. LQ5 still in zone, the only team to still be in zone. Ooh, what a transition that was. Yildiz taking down Anissa right there. But they're going to be able to get that res back up, and at this point, you can't really push that. But it looks like Nightmare. What's happening to Nightmare? Why are they not grabbing their girl? What's going on there? Okay, there's Beshka. She's got to go again. Gonna go ahead and get that sorted. World of Wonder still has one down, but they are going to get that res back up as we speak. And that's great for them. Circle closing again. Who wants to bet that it's going to go down to Picado? Like those hills? Is it? Might see it. It kind of did. It kind of did. Gone away from everybody, though, except Fair Elision. Fair Elision going to be in Power Grid. They're going to be quite happy with that. But this means that certainly the Wildcats and teams in the same position as the Wildcats have a big decision to make very quickly. Do they stay in this position and gatekeep the heck out of everybody? Or are they going to prioritize the zone and go first, try and get that spot, and then gatekeep from afar? Personally, that's what I do. I go in early, get a mid-zone position, and then gatekeep from afar. However, that might not be Wildcats' idea here. Wildcats are really good CQCers. They're good at this kind of thing. They might decide to go ahead and stay there for now. 10 seconds to zone, though, is not a lot of time. Nightmare do have another one down as Rise of Queens try to move on up. New record, 10,000 damage dealt. Look at that. That's coming in from Nightmare. Hey, geez, goodness me. 10,000 damage. What an MVP of the game. Nightmare deciding to go around the back, and I think World of Wonders have moved from that position already. That's going to be quite free now on this side of the zone. We only have Rise of Queens, and the Wildcats have decided to stay there indeed. Meanwhile, to the south, R8 and Sola, or R8, Sola in the background, and World of Wonders. Yep, Sola coming around the outside, so now R8 in a little bit of trouble. R8 have no kills, so if they go out now, there are 0 points to be had, and they're going to be showing themselves over the top of that. Oof. Melzy, they've actually got a really good spot here. It's on the very edge, so I doubt they will be able to keep it for very long. But it's a good spot to have for now. Sola Piano tries to move in full speed ahead and doesn't make it. Now it's Test's turn. She also, I think, is not going to make it. I think I just saw that. Not sure. Sky, though. Oh, Test did make it. Okay, no, she didn't. Never mind. Noor is down on the side of R8, though, as well. And this is what I hate, and so many teams do it, and I don't understand why. It's the 1-by-1 push, or the 2 push, or even the 3 push. They don't go in as a full squad. It makes things hesitant. It makes things feel unconfident, nervous, just really hesitant as a whole, and that just means that the team fails. I don't understand it, but again, it didn't work here, unfortunately, so that's going to be Sola going down to 2. Or rather 1. Mufar is only the one left. Galatasaray in a little bit of trouble, as well as we got Phantom Reborn here trying to pick them off 1 by 1. Carly, we've lost Carly. Another does go low. That's going to be Tofita going down there on her knees. One Shot Blossom do get eliminated, so that's going to be 14th. I think 14th place for them. Maybe 13th. New zone has... Oh my god. Can this zone make up its mind, please? Goodness me. Right back up to Saint Martin, whatever. Right back up there. All these teams that were so smart in doing all the things have to move back now, and that's going to be LQ5 for Vikings, taken out in 12th place. Fair Elision under attack a little bit. And funnily enough, we have the Wildcats. They only had to move back a little bit, so they've been able to keep this spot, and it's actually going to serve them very well for this next zone. We have Rise of Queens moving along the bottom. 2 have made it. Elis has not. Phantom Reborn are there, as are Létra. Oof, it's very busy up to the top here. Nade over the top. That should be quite nice. Not going to quite do it, though. But yeah, that's the Thirst coming in. So Rise of Queens lose 1. Oh, but World of Wonders, no. Losing out here just a little bit. Up against Nightmare as well. They have made it into zone, but there's a couple of teams right here. R8 does well. There we go. Leany does get the 1, but it has to go down as well. It's now up to Kadi. Kadi and Nor, they're the only 2 left here. World of Wonders does go out. Unfortunately, that is a real shame, but that's going to be them out there. Kadi going very, very low as Fair Elision Taya tries to do things. Nor is the last one left alive now. Kadi did go down. And look, here comes Team Stracci over the top. There's the Wildcats as well. Team Stracci with Nor. Take out Nor. That is their 7th kill for Team Stracci. GG's. R8. Not too shabby. 10th place with 6 kills. That's still great for them. And here comes the zone. Here she go. There it goes. Straight towards Team Stracci. Actually to Sola as well. Mufar was able to get into the new zone. Stracci having trouble now, though. They need to get this res up, but they are out in zone. They do get the heal. They do get the res. Not sure about the heal, though. 7 kills. So no matter what, it's a good score. Nightmare now with 6 kills and just Zenta left. In fact, they're the only 2 on this side of the zone. To the south. Létra Eternal do go out. 9th place and 1 elimination, so not a whole lot of points going out there for them, unfortunately. Phantom Reborn, full squad, but 3 kills, so nicely done to them as well. Rise have managed to stay up as a trio. So really good stuff there. Oh, and the play zone does take Swiss out from Team Stracci, so it's just the solo left. Oof. Galatasaray also getting taken out. 8th place. 3 eliminations after such a brilliant game and ERANGEL, it did not carry particularly forward to Miramar as well. But that's okay. They don't need it. They are good to go. Now the Wildcats still have 3 alive, but only 2 kills. Will that change in the next few minutes? Fair Elision do go down and get taken out. Rise of Queens as well, going very low. There's only a solo left alive, and Mau, speaking of solos, doing some good work for Phantom Reborn. Gonna be taking them out completely there, but has to be very careful to not get taken out herself. 6th place is not what they want. 5 kills though for Mau. Getting shot here and there. No, but there's Mufar right there. Literally Mufar right there. Delphia, no, does go down. Blackheart Sola do get taken out there, so Mufar just before Team Stracci could be taken out by her. There's Zeros. Rise of Queens just down to solo, and almost full team of the Wildcats are right there. So this is a very much an uphill battle for Rise. She's got to put all her smarts to it. 4 kills for the Wildcats. This is a small amount of kills for them, but they are doing well nonetheless. Top 5, Wildcats, Phantom Reborn, Nightmare, never mind. Rise of Queens is not here anymore. Nightmare and Team Stracci, but 5th place for Rise of Queens. GG's. New circle coming on up in a couple of seconds. There she goes, straight over to Team Stracci. Oh my goodness me. This could be perfect for her, but there's so many teams on this side. Her best chance now is to have these teams all fight each other, and then she pick out the stragglers. She has to be so careful as a solo. And now the Wildcats have quite a journey ahead of them. This is all the boosting up they're going to do. They got to go that way. Team Stracci, Mau's not exactly in the best of spots either, to be fair. She's just got that one very open ridge ahead of her. There's another airdrop. You got Nightmare on one side, Phantom Reborn behind you. But meanwhile, Phantom Reborn and Wildcats are both fighting this out. Ooh, Eddie goes very, very low indeed. And Oiku, she's the only one left of any health. Oh, down she goes very immediately. Yeah, so that's going to be Phantom Reborn. Taking out, potentially, Wildcats here. There's Eddie. Oh, yeah, down she goes. She tried. She was very clever going back behind the already eliminated vehicle there for some cover, but no, not to be done. Nightmare now have been eliminated as well, so it's just Phantom Reborn and Team Stracci. 7 kills versus 11, but it is a 3v1. And they know where she is. Oh, God. This is going to be... No. Oof. They have to know now. 1 over the top. Round to the outside. There she is. Nope. Immediately. So Phantom Reborn. There we go. GG's. That is the win they were looking for. That is the game they were looking for. And there we go. Full squad of pictures. Look at them. Those are your winners of Game 10. Miramar is their foothold. That's where they shine, and they have done it again. I think that's going to be, what, 8 kills for them in total. There you go. You got Polly's with 3 kills, 628 damage. Melanie with 3 kills and 446 damage. And then you have Rebel and... No, not Rebel, sorry. Liz and Glez, both with 1 kill, and then 395 damage and 263. What a result for these guys. GG's all around. 3 assists, 1 assist. Very nicely done. Gosh, what a game. GG's to Team Stracci for getting that far. 7 kills, 2nd place. That's going to boost them a lot. That's really what they needed. And it's a great morale boost to finish the night off going into day 3. But yeah, Phantom Reborn, I think they're about mid, maybe 12th place so far. But those points, those are going to be a lot of extra points, and they're going to go straight to those leaderboards. So that's going to be really nice. Phantom Reborn, we're going to go ahead and go to the face-to-face here with Team Stracci. And Team Stracci had 1,450 damage dealt, but 1,732 on the side of Phantom Reborn. So that's a 300 damage dealt point difference. Let's see, 11 kills though to the 8, and damage received. Phantom Reborn actually received more damage, about 100 more. That's interesting as well. Team Stracci, of course, survived a lot less, the solo being the last alive there, but still pretty even considering, pretty even. And total points, they both got the same amount of points. Because I think Team Stracci had more kills than Phantom Reborn, even though Phantom Reborn got more points, placement points. So here's your face-to-face here. Okay, match 10. These are your probably your top 2 players of that game. You got Zenta from Miramar, from Nightmare, and then Mau from Team Stracci. So we're going to be looking there. 7 kills for Mau versus the 4 for Zenta. But actually more damage dealt. 894 going over to Zenta than the 795 of Mau. 2 assists to 1. 8 utilities to 10 utilities used. And actually those team average survival is a lot, very similar. So very nicely done. Very close between these 2 players. That's really cool to look at. 4 kills to 7 as well there. Oh, and there's the graph. Look at Nightmare just soaring above everybody else with that damage. 1,868 damage, but only 7 kills to show for it. I mean, I say only 7. Only compared to that damage, but 7 kills to show for that. Meanwhile, Team Stracci with the 11 kills that they have, but the 1,450 damage to show for that. Phantom Reborn 1,732 damage, but only 8 kills to show for that amount of damage. Just want to point out World of Wonders did great. No kills. 771 damage for not a single kill. That's so maddening because they actually played that really, really well. They just didn't manage to get the kills they needed to make that really count. So GG's nonetheless. But yeah, that is pretty maddening. And yeah, it is going to be Zenta who is our MVP of the Miramar match, game 10 from Nightmare. She's going to go ahead and top the leaderboard with 261 heals, 4 kills, 894 damage, 24.20 survival time, and 2 assists. And there's your top players, though, of course. Mau, in terms of elims, did the most, so she's going to be going up to number 1. Zenta is number 2. Elam from the Wildcats in 3rd. Police from the Phantom Reborn as well in 4th. And then Melshad from One Shot Blossom. Again, Melshad, she keeps popping up in places. So that's nice to see. There is that representation there. 23 points for Team Stracci. That's a very nice score for them. Really pleased for them. That's going to do super things. And I think that's going to get them back to 4th at least. So that's going to be nice for them. Phantom Reborn with 23 points. Oh, interesting. They both have the same amount of points. But Stracci take that 1st place with the kills. So nicely done there. Nightmare with 17 points. Wildcats with 13. Rise of Queen with 10. And there's a big jump from 10 to 6 there for Sola. 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1. And then all of them have 1s. Okay. It's nice to see. They don't all have 0s down at the bottom. There's at least 1 point going their way. So that's nice. Match summary. There we go. We got full pictures this time around. And we have highest kills. Mau with 7 kills to herself. Zenta with highest damage, 894, of course. We got Melanie from Phantom Reborn. Got the longest distance kill, 287. Most utilities used going to be Delphia VIP from Rise of Queens with 14. And then Laura with the most distance traveled from Galatasaray with 10,575 meters. Goodness. And there's your match stats as well for this last Miramar game. 62 knockouts to 22 total rescues. That's 40 knocks that ended in death. So that's a big, big number for this game. 7 total headshots. That's about average. 3 airdrops. Looted's a little bit more than the average that we're used to seeing. It's 162 throwables used, though, not half as many as that first ERANGEL game. So that is definitely an interesting thing. And 6,746 healing points going over there as well. So not a whole lot of healing going on compared to some of those other games, but a lot of death for sure. A lot of death. A lot of those knocks just ended up getting thirsted or bleeding out. There was not a whole lot of resin going on there, which is an interesting little statistic to think about in terms of that game. Yeah, big game. It was a big game. I mean, the PUBG can't make up its mind. The zone couldn't make up its mind. It was north and south and east and west, and the support teams just got put through so much, just blown through the wind. And tell you what, Wildcats did an excellent job. World of Wonders did an excellent job as well of keeping down those, just trying to get some sort of foundation there. Here we go, though. We do see her. It is Elem. That is our MVP for the last 2 days. She is at the top of the leaderboard. 32 kills, 6,000 damage. This is a single player. 6,000 damage. The average survival time is 21 minutes and assists 14. She's healed 2,158 points. That's a heck of a lot. But it is going to be 32 kills and that damage putting her in that MVP spot. So here's the top 4. These are the players in contention for that spot, for that top fragger MVP position. That gives them a little extra cash there in that prize pool. You see Elem there, number 1, but you also see Tofita. You also see Budu, and you also see Laura. So it's the Wildcats and Galatasaray, both of these teams going head-to-head for this MVP title. Overall leaders we're seeing here in the top 10 a little bit more. So the top 4 have just the Wildcats and Galatasaray. We're seeing Rise of Queens Delphia. She has been fantastic so far the last 2 days. 5th place for her. Eddie from the Wildcats. Mau from Team Stracci. Melshad from One Shot Blossom. Sima from Galatasaray. And then Kaza as well in 10th place for Team Stracci. So we're only seeing 3 or 4 teams here being represented here. So it's a great little kind of combination here. And the amount of difference between those kills. Look at that. Elem with 32, and then number 10 is Kaza with 13. I mean, it's not even half of what Elem has. So there's a big discrepancy between the top 10, but still doing fantastically well, each of these players. Face to face, these are your top 2 for MVP. And look at Elem. She's got 2k more damage dealt. She has, was that 7 more kills than Tofita. It's interesting, actually. She's only got 7 more kills than Tofita. I suppose in a way that's a bigger number than you might think of it, but for 2,000 extra damage, it's only 7 more kills. So still potentially doable for Tofita. She's been going really well tonight. It will be interesting to see how she goes tomorrow as well. Damage received, though, Elem has gotten knocked quite a few times in the last couple of days. We've seen it several times, but that's going to be 3,180 damage received compared to Tofita with 2,543. So there's a big discrepancy there. But otherwise, they're pretty close. They are pretty close. But here we go. The all-important table results after day 2. Denizbank Wildcats are still going to be in first place with 178 points. Galatasaray unable to catch them up just yet with 124. Elision in third place. So the top 4 have not moved. Elision with 106. Nightmare with 105. Oof, very close there. Team Stracci do in fact go up, but with 96 points. So they're going to go up into 5th place and not quite hit 100 here tonight. Rise of Queen's going to stay in their 6th place spot with 86. Létra Eternal go down, unfortunately, a little bit there to 7th. Blackheart of Sola in 8th. Phantom Reborn going up to 9th with that win. Very nicely done, shooting them up to 61 points total and 9th place. RA Esports going to go down slightly. One Shot Blossom going to go up. And One Shot Blossom and Project C1D both have 40 points, so that's good. They're going those 20-point margins. LQ5 for Vikings in 13th. World of Wonders in 14th. Bomb Vivant in 15th. And Yakut Quality in 16th place. That is your final results there for day 2, or after day 2 rather. Your face-to-face though, here's the 1st and 2nd place holders, and look at that. Massive numbers coming out from both these teams. We have 17,000 damage dealt by the Wildcats and 14,000 damage dealt by Galatasaray. Just a crazy number. That is a crazy number. Damage received, of course, going to be 2,000 more on the side of the Wildcats than the other team. So 10,000 going one way and 8,000, or 9,000 rather, going the other. But it's the kills. You get more damage received for the more kills. 86 kills for the Wildcats versus the 69 for Galatasaray. That's there's definitely quite a gap in between these two. I'm just looking here now. Knockouts 81 to 78, very close. It's just Galatasaray are not able to get those kills finished up for themselves. So that's where the discrepancy is coming through. I mean, out of the 81 knocks that the Wildcats have, well, it's actually more kills than the knockouts that they have. So they've done a few third party and kind of stealing kills and everything, but still, I mean, you're looking at 100% knock to kill ratio, which is not quite accurate, but still the numbers are there that make it look like that. So that's pretty impressive. Utilities used as well, quite a few more on the side of the Wildcats, but the points do go in the favor of the Denizbank Wildcats, and that's going to be them in 1st place so far. Ooh, what is this? So we've got a graph here to show you those points here. We got, who is this? We got Galatasaray, I think in the white there. But great little graph. Here we go. So this is the average points that they're getting, just going back and forth here. That's great. Really cool. So you see the massive drops there, but then the massive highs as well for both teams. Looking at that, we got really bad games, but only a couple. If you're looking there, only a couple. So very nicely played from both these teams. I mean, they've just been fantastic. Both of them have just so good. Galatasaray took a little bit longer to get to that place where they feel comfortable now, where they're doing really great things. Took a little bit longer. Yesterday was still a great game, a great day in terms of kill points, but in terms of those placement points, they've done far better here. Alrighty, day 2, the overall stats so far, we have had 40,356 total healing points. Sheesh. 279 total kills, 318 total knockouts, 39 total headshots. That's just still an insane number to me. The longest kill distance is still going to be 326 by Opium from Létra. 112 total rescues, 842 throwables. We are not that. I think we're probably going to get to 1,000 by the end of this. And then only 12 airdrops looted in 10 games. Only 12 airdrops. That's insane. But yes, there are your total stats. Here's the day summary. We had Fairy Legion win the first one with 10 kills. Wildcats win the second one with 15 kills. Galatasaray win the third with 11. Denizbank Wildcats again with 8 kills and that win. And then Miramar, of course, the final one. 8 kills going over to Phantom Reborn. So yeah, look at all those stats there. Highest damage stats going to be the Wildcats in that Miramar game, of course, with 2,581 damage going to them. Just really well played from all these teams here tonight. we've seen a whole lot of improvement going forward. Just these teams just doing such a good job, and we're starting to see. I've been saying this all night, but we're just really starting to see a lot of the sections start. The points are starting to widen. There we go. The points are starting to widen. The gaps are starting to get bigger. We're starting to see a lot more pressure for these teams. It's going to be very much a big finals night because it's still very much a nail biter. We don't know which way it's going to go. We have our top two, but still, even that could go very differently. We'll have to see tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And tonight has been incredible. Still, again, 5 games of complete and utter madness. These teams got to be so happy with themselves. Most of these teams, shout out to the other teams that have struggled tonight. I felt so bad because they've been doing so well all tournament just to come here and have a bit of a rougher time. But there's still day 3, for that redemption arc we're all waiting for. So speaking of tomorrow, we will be back here, same time, same place. This is the end of us here this evening, but not of the tournament. We have our final day tomorrow where all of this goes or comes to an end. The last 2 months have been fantastic, but tomorrow is where it all finishes up and we will know our champions. So you will not want to miss that. We will all be back here tonight. Thank you so much for watching, for supporting your teams, the organization, and the stream. I have been your host, Neptura, this evening, and I will be seeing you tomorrow as well. Have a great night.
One, two, three.